Chun Tianfei was very satisfied with his current situation. When he was the second manager of Scarlet Star, he had been nothing more than an elder of a small great force. No matter how hard he worked, he would never have obtained a substantial amount of cultivation resources. In contrast, the supply of cultivation resources had been continuous and inexhaustible ever since he started serving under Yang Kai. That was how he managed to break through 2 orders and advanced from the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm in the short span of around 1,000 years. If he had remained as the second manager of Scarlet Star, then he would never have had the achievements he enjoyed today. Whenever he recalled the decision he made on that fateful day, he praised his past self for being bold and wise. If he had not been bright enough to bring out the loyalty list before Yang Kai killed him that day and voluntarily offered to be Yang Kai's slave, he would be rotting in a grave by now. Besides, Yang Kai had been very fair to him over the years, never mistreating him. More importantly, he was not ordered around at will like a slave despite him actually being one. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The treatment he received was more like a trusted subordinate instead. To have such a master could also be considered an opportunity of a lifetime. Therefore, Chun Tianfei smiled graciously in the face of Yang Kai's teasing and bowed repeatedly. "It's all thanks to your care that this subordinate has attained such achievements, sect master. This subordinate will repay your kindness no matter what it may cost." Yang Kai chuckled and did not take those words seriously. Chun Tianfei was extremely scared of death, so there was no saying whether he could actually be relied upon in times of danger. It was enough to listen to those words without taking them seriously. Yang Kai did not continue the idle chatter though, and taking a step forward, he descended to the ground. Chun Tianfei followed behind Yang Kai respectfully, acting like the perfect subordinate. 2 streams of light rushed over from below. One was red, and the other was black. When the lights came closer, they dispersed and revealed 2 children dressed in red and black. "Master!" the little girl shouted with a lively expression. The boy also wanted to call out to Yang Kai, but a stream of saliva flowed out as soon as he opened his mouth. Yang Kai looked troubled. "It's been so many years. Why haven't you fixed this bad habit of yours?" The children in front of him were the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon he had brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then. Both of them carried a dragon bloodline in them. When he first brought them out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they had the appearance of beasts and their bodies were truly enormous. It was not until they arrived at Voidland and received the teachings of Old Man Bai Shi that they finally acquired human forms. Be that as it may, the Earth Dragon Xiaohei still had some bad habits. Xiaohei simply smiled and giggled. It was obvious that he was very happy to see Yang Kai. "You've both gotten stronger." Yang Kai swept them with his senses and commented. From his perception, it was clear that both Xiaohong and Xiaohei were much more powerful than before, basically equivalent to 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. How time flies! He reached out and stroked their little heads. Only then did he lead them down the mountain peak and came to a stop in front of the old man. He bowed in greeting. "Old man! 8th Order Open Heaven Realm." Old Man Bai Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sect Master, your cultivation speed is fast indeed." Chun Tianfei's strength was insufficient, so he couldn't sense Yang Kai's strength while he was not actively using it. However, Old Man Bai Shi was a mature divine spirit whose strength could rival any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. So he could see through Yang Kai's true state at a glance and was secretly shocked as a result. Yang Kai had only been in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm when he departed from the 3,000 worlds, yet just 1,000 years later he was already in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Old Man Bai Shi had lived for many years, and although he had seen many young and talented people in that time, none of them could compare to Yang Kai in terms of cultivation speed. "I encountered some opportunities," Yang Kai nonchalantly explained without saying too much. Behind Yang Kai, Chun Tianfei was so excited that the fat on his body literally would not stop jiggling. He was amazed that Yang Kai was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. It should be said that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered a supreme elder or ancestor in the cave heavens or paradises. Fatty Chun couldn't help suddenly feeling a sense of pride and honor. During the brief conversation, Two other streams of light came speeding over from opposite directions and landed nearby. They turned out to be Lu Shui and Mo Mei. Lu Shui came to serve under Yang Kai when they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, joining him even earlier than Chun Tianfei. Back in those days she was bestowed with a mid-rank world fruit by Yang Kai in a time of crisis to improve her order. On the other hand, Mo Mei was the former city lord of Dingfeng City in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The cultivators from Dingfeng City had been under the effects of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture's bloodline restriction, so they could not leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was Yang Kai who used the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture to remove that seal from them and brought them out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. They had since become part of Voidland. When Yang Kai departed, Lu Shui had been in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, while Mo Mei had been in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Today, Lu Shui was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and Mo Mei had advanced to the Seventh Order. While Lu Shui still had some room to grow thanks to the mid-rank world fruit she had consumed, Mo Mei unfortunately was similar to Chun Tianfei in that she had reached the limit of her cultivation. The reason for their arrival was that they had detected the disturbance caused when the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was opened. Although they were shocked to see Yang Kai, they quickly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai nodded. "Are you the only ones who remained behind to oversee the sect?" He had actually expected this situation. The Cave Heavens and Paradises were currently recruiting 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 2nd-class Great Forces as reinforcements for the Barren Territory battlefield. Under these circumstances, Voidland couldn't be an exception. When he swept his divine sense over Voidland earlier, he had not perceived the auras of many masters in Voidland, with the ones in front of him being the strongest people present who had remained behind to guard the sect. As the strongest human master present, Mo Mei had command of Voidland now, so she replied, "We received orders from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven, so for the past 100 years, all 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above in Voidland have gradually been deployed to the front lines. Only a few of us remained behind to manage the sect." Yang Kai nodded. Having sensed Su Yan's aura back on the Barren Territory battlefield, he had already guessed that this was the case. Even Su Yan had gone to the front, so Voidland couldn't have had many people remain behind. "Sect Master, did you return from that place?" Mo Mei inquired. "Yes and no," he replied without explaining in detail. The explanation would take too long after all. "I was simply passing by. There are some things I need to deal with, and then I need to rush back to the battlefield." While saying so, he gave a wave of his hand and the portal to his small universe opened. In the blink of an eye, many figures emerged from the portal. There were men and women, both old and young. More importantly, every one of them was at the peak of the half-step Open Heaven realm, having condensed their Tao seals and refined all the necessary element powers. There were no exceptions. Some of them even experienced a surge in their aura and showed vague signs of a breakthrough as soon as they walked out of the small universe. Mo Mei and the others looked slightly stunned by what they could perceive from these people. "Sect Master. They are all about to break through to the Open Heaven realm. I'll leave them in your hands." During the brief moment it took for Yang Kai to speak, no less than 100 people had walked out of the portal. Be that as it may, more were still streaming out. These people were the cultivators who had been living in his small universe. Back in Blue Sky Pass and Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai would regularly allow some cultivators to leave his small universe and advance to the Open Heaven realm. Unfortunately, he had been pursued by a royal lord during the battle at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. Then, he spent several years in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and later had to find a way back to the 3000 worlds. Having been constantly in mortal danger and engaged in brutal fighting, Yang Kai simply had no time to take care of the cultivators in his small universe. In the outside world, it had only been a bit more than 500 years since the battle at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. However, close to 5,000 years had passed for him. As for those in his small universe, time had to be counted in units of tens of thousands of years. After all, the flow of time in his small universe was currently 7 times faster than the outside world. After so many years of accumulation, the number of talents who gathered in the Void Tao Temple had reached a terrifying number. Living inside his small universe, They were unable to break through their limitations and advance to the open heaven realm even though they had cultivated until the peak of the Emperor realm. As a result, there were many examples of Emperor realm masters who died of old age in Void Continent over the past tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, there was nothing Xianxia could do about this situation. He could not allow these people to leave his small universe and advance to the open heaven realm when he was in the temporal rivers of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, as that would simply result in them dying. That long wait finally ended today though, and the accumulation over tens of thousands of years was released into the world all at once. After an hour, the mountain peak became crowded with people, nearly 5,000 people in total. Many of them could barely suppress their auras from surging. Moreover, this caused a kind of resonance among them which resulted in a form of heavenly manifestation appearing in the sky. Advancing into the open heaven realm was an extremely meticulous affair that could broker no outside interference. So if these people were not separated as soon as possible, at least half of them would die a tragic death once their auras began to soar. Mo May hastily instructed the open heaven realm masters in Voidland to provide support to these people. At the same time, she also instructed the others to bring out all the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills from the warehouse to help these people with their breakthroughs. For a time, the entire Voidland was extremely hectic. Even Old Man Bai Shi constantly used the power of the Grand Array to send the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple to different locations in order to separate them from each other. After making the necessary arrangements, nearly 5,000 disciples began the process of breaking through. On the other hand, Xianxia did not remain for long. The goal of his return trip to Voidland had been to deliver these people here so that they could advance into the open heaven realm. Before Xianxia departed, Chun Tianfei expressed great reluctance for their separation, so Xianxia casually quipped, "In that case, why don't you join me on the battlefield? Fatty? You can prove your mettle and loyalty by slaying the enemy." Those words made Chun Tianfei turn pale and ashen-faced with horror. He hurriedly backpedaled, weakly babbling that it was better for him to stay behind and help Xianxia protect Voidland. How could slaying enemies on the battlefield compare with living a leisurely life in Voidland? Besides, he had always been very scared of dying. He would never have offered up the loyalty list otherwise. Xianxia chuckled and did not force Chun Tianfei, instead turning to look at Old Man Bai Shi as his expression became grim. "Old Man, please take care of the people if Voidland has to migrate." Old Man Bai Shi asked solemnly, "Is the situation that serious?" Xianxia shook his head. "It's just a precaution." After saying that, he soared into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Xianxia had no intention of hiding the contents of his final conversation with Old Man Bai Shi. Consequently, Chun Tianfei became anxious and secretly prayed that the human race fighting in the barren territory could return victorious. Otherwise, he would never have time for a leisurely life again despite how vast the 3,000 worlds were. Similarly, Mo Mei and Lu Shui became worried and quickly began to make various plans for a future emergency. Even the inner disciples could clearly perceive the abnormal situation in Voidland. In Fire Spirit Land, a young man in a brocade robe followed behind a young woman. The young woman had a graceful figure and a beautiful appearance. In particular, her eyes resembled pure spring water. She was truly a rare beauty. The young man was laughing as he made small talk. "Junior Sister Chun, with this senior brother's current aptitude, it is only a matter of time for me to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. I'm sure it's more than enough to match up to your talents, Junior Sister. Not to mention, our families have a long-standing relationship already. The elders are hoping that we will marry. Now that we have entered Voidland, we should support and take care of each other. Why are you ignoring me and being so cold to me?" The young woman ignored him and looked up at the sky. After a long time, she finally spoke. "Senior Brother Lu, do you feel that? Somebody is about to break through." Likewise, Senior Brother Lu looked up at the sky. "Of course, I feel it, but it's strange. It feels like more than one person is about to advance." Junior Sister Chun nodded. "I sense many people on the cusp of breaking through." The two of them, who came from the same great territory, had only just joined Voidland in the past century. At present, they were both in the Emperor realm and had yet to condense their Dao seals. It was very common in Void Land for talented individuals like them to enter the sect as disciples. After all, Void Land's current philosophy was to accept everybody from all walks of life. That was because a huge foundation was necessary for them to select better and more outstanding disciples. The current philosophy was not Void Land's initial intent, but the result of many discussions with the cave heavens and paradises. After the star boundary became famous, everybody came to know about the open heaven realm cradle. It was a place where they could obtain the feedback of the world tree if they cultivated there. The younger they were and the lower their cultivation, the greater the benefits of this nourishment. With such tempting incentives, who would not want to send their descendants to the star boundary and share in the glory of the world tree clone? Be that as it may, the star boundary was only so big. If everybody were to send their descendants over, then the star boundary would not be able to accommodate them all. Not to mention, the cave heavens and paradises had also established their respective Tao temples in the star boundary. By dividing some of the territories to become independent and autonomous zones, they were given the rights to bring in excellent disciples to cultivate in their respective Tao temples. Just the cave heavens and paradises alone had already taken up around 30% of the territory in the star boundary. If the second-class great forces were to also send their own descendants there, then it was only a matter of time before the star boundary became overcrowded. However, the benefits of the star boundary were coveted by all, so it was bound to arouse public outrage if they rejected all of them. In the end, the great emperors of the star boundary discussed the issue with the masters of the cave heavens and paradises and decided that it was better to regulate entry to the star boundary than to block it off completely. Therefore, they gave a chance to the great forces that wanted to send their descendants to the star boundary. These descendants had to join Voidland first, after which Voidland would select the best candidates from among them. Only the selected candidates could go to the star boundary for cultivation. It was because of this decision that Voidland currently had as many as 300,000 disciples. Not to mention, this number was the result of a rigorous and careful selection process. It could be said that Voidland's disciples were the accumulation of the most elite talents from great forces across hundreds of great territories. Senior brother Lu and junior sister Chun were no exception. They were both outstanding cultivators who demonstrated rare talent in their respective families from a young age. After looking at the sky for some time, senior brother Lu laughed. There are so many people in Voidland, so what's so strange about somebody undergoing their advancement? In any case, how can they compare to me? This senior brother is a genius that only appears once every 100 years. You will not find many who are more talented than me in Voidland, junior sister. Junior sister Chun retorted. That's because the more outstanding ones have already been sent to the star boundary. Those words felt like needles stabbing directly into his heart. So he immediately countered angrily. Junior sister, don't you dare look down on this senior brother. This senior brother will definitely go to the star boundary one day. Generally, those chosen to be sent to the star boundary were those who had yet to condense their Tao seals. It would be too late for them if they went to the star boundary after they had done so. The reason was that the future path of a cultivator was basically set in stone once they formed their Tao seal. That was why it was better to head to the star boundary as soon as possible. Unfortunately, such matters were not up to the disciples to decide, as the decision was completely based on the assessment of the elders in Voidland. Both senior brother Lu and junior sister Chan would have no trouble condensing a fifth-order Tao seal. In fact, senior brother Lu was aiming to condense a sixth-order Tao seal. He believed that he could advance directly into the sixth-order open heaven realm in the future. If he could refine various sixth-order cultivation materials into his Tao seal, then he would be considered extraordinary indeed. In the past, that would have been enough for him to be considered a core disciple even among the cave heavens and paradises. For example, core disciples like Gu Pan and the others who became acquainted with Yang Kai in the past had all condensed the sixth-order Tao seals. Even among the cave heavens and paradises, people like him only appeared once every few hundred to 1,000 years. There were only a few such candidates in each generation. Hence, he definitely had reason to be proud of himself. Senior brother Lu coveted junior sister Chen's beauty, and it was because he wanted to obtain her hand in marriage as soon as possible that he followed behind her and chattered away endlessly. On the contrary, junior sister Chen had other intentions. Although she had been sent to Voidland, her goal was actually not the star boundary. Be it her or the elders of the Chen family, they all knew that she would never obtain the qualification to enter the star boundary with her aptitude. Her true goal was the talented disciples of Voidland. If she could secure an outstanding and talented cultivator as her future husband, then he could help to protect the Chen family in the future. The Chen family had not been prosperous in recent years. They not only suffered various difficulties in life, but the talents their family produced had also withered away. It could be said that she was the greatest hope for the salvation of the entire Chen family. It was precisely because of such considerations that she was so standoffish towards her senior brother's courtship, neither accepting or rejecting him. If he could really condense a sixth-order Dao seal and advance directly into the sixth-order open heaven realm, then accepting him would not be a problem. It was just that nobody would know whether he truly was capable of such a feat until the results were out. How could she dare to gamble on him so easily? He studied the side profile of the beautiful woman in front of him. The sight of her fair and slender neck made him swallow hard, and he forced himself to look away. Don't bother, junior sister. Even if someone is breaking through to the open heaven realm, those who currently remain in Voidland will only reach the fifth-order open heaven realm at best. What is there to see? This senior brother obtained a new artifact a few days ago. It's very interesting. Why don't I show it to you? The better his understanding of her intentions, the more he wanted to become intimate with her. As soon as the words left his mouth, though, a loud howl came from the depths of the void. It was immediately followed by a powerful aura emanating from that direction. Senior brother Lu's expression changed. How could it end so quickly? Likewise, junior sister Chen was also very astonished. Although advancing into the open heaven realm was said to come naturally to those who were prepared, the process still took some time. The process might last anywhere from days to months. In some cases, it might even take longer. However, not much time had passed since they felt the first signs of someone breaking through. A generous estimation indicated that only a cup of tea's time had passed. How could a breakthrough finish so quickly? They had never heard of anybody who managed to advance to the open heaven realm at such speed. How could they know that the people of Void Dao Temple had been painfully suppressing their cultivation for so many years? Living inside of Xianxia's small universe, they were limited by the principles of that world. Hence, they could not take the last step in their advancement. It could be said that most of the 5,000 people were only short of that final step. Now that they were released from Xianxia's small universe, it was only natural that their breakthrough took place extremely quickly. This aura. Junior sister Chen's eyes abruptly brightened. Senior brother. This belongs to the sixth-order open heaven realm, right? She was only in the Emperor realm, so her perception towards auras in the open heaven realm was not very clear. For that reason, she was not certain whether that person had advanced into the sixth order or not. Although senior brother Lu also had a vague feeling that this person had reached the sixth-order open heaven realm, he stubbornly denied, "Impossible. Those who can advance directly to the sixth-order open heaven realm have all been sent to the star boundary. They would not have remained in Voidland. That's definitely just the fifth-order open heaven realm. 1,000 years ago, advancing directly into the fifth-order open heaven realm was a great blessing to any of the second-class great forces. Those disciples would be nurtured and trained as successor candidates. Moreover, the cultivation resources in the sect would be generously supplied to them. Be that as it may, his words just indicated that advancing into the fifth-order open heaven realm was nothing special in his opinion. After coming to Voidland and learning more about the wider world, his horizons had naturally been broadened. Even though she had the feeling that it was the sixth-order open heaven realm, junior sister Chen also felt that his reasoning made sense. All the candidates who could advance directly into the sixth-order open heaven realm had indeed been sent to the star boundary. None of them would have remained in Voidland. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake the doubts in her mind. She had once felt the sixth-order open heaven realm aura coming from Elder Lu Shui and Elder Chen Tianfei, who had remained to oversee Voidland. Their auras had felt very similar to the aura just now. During their conversation, another powerful aura erupted outward somewhere in the void. Senior brother Lu was dumbfounded, unable to figure out what was happening today. Did something happen to the world principles that made advancing into the open heaven realm become easier? Meanwhile, junior sister Chan became more and more excited. Senior brother Lu, this must belong to the sixth order open heaven realm, right? Naturally, he continued to be stubborn and refute. No, it's the fifth order open heaven realm. I see. She nodded. Just then, another aura spread out, one that was obviously much stronger compared to the previous two. Junior sister Chen's eyes shone brightly. What about this one? Senior brother Lu now looked livid. What about this one? And this one? Her questions flowed out endlessly, and his expression became increasingly ugly. He wished he could rush over and butcher those people who had just advanced into the open heaven realm. If these people have such great aptitude, then why didn't they leave for the star boundary? Why did they remain in void land and advance to the open heaven realm in such a showy manner? Seeing his coveted junior sister's eyes grow brighter and brighter, senior brother Lu felt his chances of marriage with her swiftly disappearing. A huge sense of sorrow engulfed his heart, and he turned to leave. Junior sister Lu was just about to repeat her question when she turned to the side and discovered that senior brother Lu was no longer standing beside her. Seeing his figure in the distance, she shouted after him, "Where are you going, senior brother?" To which he responded angrily, "To enter retreat." The shock had hit him hard today. Those with better aptitude than him were generally sent to the star boundary, allowing him to stand out in the crowd in Voidland. His aptitude was certainly among the best of the disciples here, but be that as it may, he was nothing compared to the people who were currently undergoing their advancement in the sky. Having experienced such a huge shock, senior brother Lu felt deeply saddened. At the same time, he came to a sudden realization. As a cultivator, strength was his foundation. Lust was simply a stumbling block on the martial Tao. When I come out of retreat one day, I will definitely make my lovely junior sister kneel at my feet in awe. Junior sister Chun ignored the departing senior brother Lu. Her eyes gleamed brightly as she stared intently at the sky as though she could penetrate the 9 heavenly layers grand array and see the heroic figures of the people undergoing breakthroughs in the void. On the mountain peak where Old Man Baishi resided, Mo Mei, Lu Shui, and Chun Tianfei were completely dumbfounded by the sight in front of them. Even Old Man Baishi's long eyebrows twitched incessantly as he could not hide the astonishment in his heart. Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Senior brother Lu and junior sister Chun were too weak to carefully discern the cultivation of these people who had just advanced into the open heaven realm, but that was not the case for Mo Mei and the others. In their perception, all the people who had just advanced into the open heaven realm were either in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm or the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. There was not a single person who was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. Naturally, they were shocked to their core. Yang Kai had not said much when he left these 5,000 people here. He only told them that these people were about to advance into the open heaven realm. Although they had been surprised to receive such a large number of talents into Voidland all at once, few things could truly surprise them again after they witnessed the prosperity of the martial Tao in the star boundary. But that was only up until this moment. The cultivators undergoing advancement here were consecutively breaking through to the Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Essentially, 1 out of every 10 people would advance directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. In other words, it was a ratio of 1:10. In addition, these were not ordinary Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters. Having advanced directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, they were cultivators with hope of one day reaching the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Those who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm were considered core disciples among the cave heavens and paradises. As for those who advanced directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, they were ranked as legacy disciples. In the past, all the cave heavens and paradises combined would at best produce one such talent every 1,000 years or so. Any cultivator who broke through directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm was considered an invaluable asset by the cave heavens and paradises. After all, the current Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were characters who had advanced directly to the Seventh Order in the past. Xianxia had come into contact with many masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, but even after meeting so many powerful cultivators, Luo Tinghe of Yinyang Cave Heaven was the only one he knew in the entire 3,000 worlds who had broken through directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Wu Qing, the Southern Army's army commander of Yinyang Pass, was also someone who had advanced directly to the Seventh Order. That was why he eventually advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm and took over command of Yinyang Pass. There were naturally others from the Cave Heavens and Paradises who had advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, but their numbers were small to say the least. It wasn't until recently that a large number of cultivators who advanced directly to the Seventh Order emerged from the star boundary. Be that as it may, all of them were still in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm as not enough time had passed since their appearance for them to grow sufficiently. This was only possible because it was the star boundary, which possessed a world tree clone that constantly provided nourishment to its inhabitants, resulting in an abundance of peerless talents appearing. What is with the People's Sect Master brought back? Mo May couldn't help wondering. Don't tell me he went to the star boundary and kidnapped all the talented individuals there? Not only was there no need for Xianxia to do something as drastic as kidnapping, but the Cave Heavens and Paradises would never allow that to happen either. It was not easy for them to nurture these budding talents, so how could they allow Xianxia to just take their treasures away? Besides, even the current star boundary could not gather such an impressive lineup out of nowhere. It was not 5 or 50 people, but a whole 5,000 people after all. During the first few days, Mo May and the others still had their doubts. They speculated that the Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were undergoing advancement first as their talents were superior, while Fourth Order and Fifth Order Masters would probably appear later. However, the aura emanating from every single person who advanced into the Open Heaven Realm was either in the Sixth Order or the Seventh Order. At this point, nobody had any more doubts. The 5,000 people Xianxia brought back were all incredible talents, who could advance directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm or the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. The breakthroughs lasted for nearly 3 months. The fluctuation of breakthroughs would occur almost every day, ranging from dozens to even hundreds each day. Various accommodations were prepared for all the people who advanced to the Open Heaven Realm. After questioning the first few of them, Mo May and the others finally understood the origins of these people. Xianxia's small universe was unique. Mo May and the others knew about the countless living creatures flourishing inside his small universe. After all, they had known Xianxia for many years and were privy to some of his secrets. What they could not figure out was what was so special about his small universe that produced so many extraordinary talents. These people were not inferior to those who were nurtured by the star boundary for the past 1,000 years. Out of nearly 5,000 people, as many as 500 of them had advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. On the other hand, how many Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had emerged from the star boundary over the years? Only 300 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been produced in the past 1,000 years. That number could not compare with the people Xianxia brought back at all. Unbeknownst to them, the number of Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were nurtured and produced by the star boundary for the past 1,000 years had all truly emerged within a 1,000-year time frame. On the contrary, tens of thousands of years had passed in Xianxia's small universe. Even if his small universe could not compare with the star boundary in terms of size or population, it held its own advantages that would be displayed over time. It was only natural to have such rich accumulation when so many years had gone by. The fact that Voidland suddenly gained 5,000 Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters greatly pleased Mo May and others. Voidland and the star boundary originally had several Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks. There were not many of them, only around 100 in total. Nevertheless, such a lineup was absolutely impossible for ordinary second-class great forces to achieve. Unfortunately, almost all of these masters had been deployed to the barren territory battlefield after receiving conscription orders from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Only 3 masters had remained behind to oversee Voidland. But today, Voidland suddenly experienced an extraordinary boost in strength. As long as these people had time to consolidate their cultivations properly, they could eventually head to the barren territory as reinforcements. With so many people, they might even be able to play a decisive role in certain aspects of the battlefield. Due to the appearance of 5,000 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Voidland became very busy. On the other hand, Yang Kai arrived at the Shattered Heaven with Ji Lao San after his short detour. He had visited the Shattered Heaven twice in the past. For his first trip here, he had received information about the proprietress and came to save her. In the end, he had been forced to break through to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. At the time, Yang Kai held great resentment towards the arrogant and domineering attitude of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Although he never complained to anyone about this resentment, he had secretly made a vow to himself that once he was powerful enough, he would definitely take revenge. They should never have looked down on him just because he was young and poor. However, when he entered the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai slowly learned about the Black Ink clan and the efforts of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. As a result, his resentment towards the Cave Heavens and Paradises gradually faded away. What happened to him back then seemed like the result of certain people acting out of personal interest, but the truth was they had simply been following the rules and did not act too extreme. He had only been at the peak of the Emperor realm at the time. If an Open Heaven realm master like Tizhang of Myriad Demons Heaven had truly wanted to kill him, it would have taken nothing more than a flick of his finger. What's more, the person who instigated everything died a long time ago. One's personal grudges were nothing compared to the survival of their entire race. If Yang Kai stood in the shoes of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, he would not have hesitated to eliminate any possible future dangers. His second trip to the Shattered Heaven was purely for cultivation purposes. Unfortunately, he encountered Blood Crow and experienced bad luck as a result. Blood Crow was eventually captured by the fisherman uncle of Bright King Cave Heaven and then held captive here, only to later be sent to the Black Ink battlefield to kill the Black Ink clan. It was also during Yang Kai's second trip to the Shattered Heaven that he fled to the Divine Spirit ancestral land under the pursuit of the Chongyang. He experienced numerous opportunities during that trip to the Divine Spirit ancestral land. This could be considered his third trip to the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai had not known that the Shattered Heaven was connected to the entrance to the Black Ink battlefield, or that the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would first need to travel through the Shattered Heaven to reach the No-Return Pass. After all, he had not entered the Black Ink battlefield through the official route but through the Void Corridor in Black Territory instead. Despite returning to a place he was familiar with, Yang Kai was in no mood to enjoy his surroundings and simply concentrated on traveling quickly. A few days later, however, the small dragon that had been wrapped around Yang Kai's wrist all this time suddenly called out, "I sense the aura of Black Ink strength." During their travels, Ji Lao San had not bothered to transform back to his original form and simply remained wrapped around Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai's speed was incredible after all, so it was more convenient for them to travel in this manner. Besides, Ji Lao San's foundation had been badly damaged back in the No-Return Pass, so this was a good opportunity for him to recuperate from his wounds. When Ji Lao San suddenly spoke up, Yang Kai was startled so badly that he almost tripped over his own feet. Coming to an abrupt halt, he muttered, "Why would there be traces of Black Ink strength here? This place is not the Black Ink battlefield or the barren territory. Where did such traces of Black Ink strength come from?" His first thought was that the barren territory had been breached, and the Black Ink clan had invaded the Shattered Heaven, but upon further consideration, Yang Kai knew that could not be the case. If the Black Ink clan had broken through the defense line of the barren territory, then the Shattered Heaven would be ravaged by war. How could the situation in the Shattered Heaven remain so peaceful? Immediately after that, he became puzzled. Even I don't sense any trace of Black Ink strength here. How did Ji Lao San sense it? When Yang Kai voiced his question, Ji Lao San answered, "As you know, the Dragon and Phoenix clans have been responsible for guarding the No-Return Pass since it was first established. Unfortunately, there's nothing to do there all day long, and our only options were either to sleep or to cultivate. We couldn't even leave the No-Return Pass, so it was extremely boring. The Dragon Clan seniors from several generations ago were so bored that they began experimenting with creating a brand new secret technique. The secret technique allows us to detect Black Ink strength by activating our powers as divine spirits, but its use is quite limited. The Dragon Clan couldn't be bothered to cultivate this secret technique and simply stored it away to collect dust. It wasn't until the Black Ink Clan attacked the no-return pass that I began cultivating this secret technique. And now you sense the existence of black ink strength here? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Ji Lao-san nodded. Yes, but it's only a slight reaction. Yang Kai was tempted to ask whether Ji Lao-san had made a mistake, but he did not dare to be careless when Ji Lao-san was so serious. Other people might not understand the dangers of black ink strength, but Yang Kai was all too familiar with the danger it posed. It could be said that black ink strength was the perfect manifestation of how a single spark could cause an entire field to burn up. As long as the slightest bit of black ink strength existed, then the entire great territory could be in danger. Which direction? Yang Kai asked. Ji Lao-san used his dragon tail and pointed ahead. Yang Kai immediately headed in that direction. It didn't take long for them to arrive on a universe fragment. They could tell at a glance that there were traces of a battle here, and judging by the traces left behind, the gap in strength between both parties involved in the fight was not small. One of them had clearly been subdued quickly. Yang Kai circled the universe fragment several times but did not find anything. Nevertheless, Ji Lao-san confidently said, "There are traces of black ink strength here. They've intentionally been wiped away, but it was definitely less than half a day ago at most." Yang Kai closed his eyes and his divine sense surged as he carefully inspected his surroundings. A short while later, his expression changed and became extremely grim. It was just as Ji Lao-san had said. He discovered slight traces indicating the presence of black ink strength in the surrounding void. It was a very slight signature, almost impossible to perceive. However, he could not be more familiar with black ink strength after fighting the Black Ink Clan for so many years. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a chill shoot up his back. Why was there black ink strength in the shattered heaven? Was there a black ink clansman here? Or could it be a black ink disciple instead of a black ink clansman? The black ink strength here had already dissipated, clearly indicating that somebody had activated black ink strength before erasing traces of it. Combined with the traces of battle that could be found on the universe fragment, there was a high probability that a black ink clansman or a black ink disciple had corrupted another person with black ink strength here. If it was something that took place half a day ago, the black ink clansman or black ink disciple could not have gone far. So Yang Kai hurriedly searched his surroundings. Another half a day passed. Standing above a spirit province, Yang Kai observed what was happening below. There was no shortage of spirit provinces where many cultivators gathered in the shattered heaven. The environment in the shattered heaven might be harsh, but this unique environment also contained many opportunities. That was why the shattered heaven often attracted adventurous cultivators to explore its depths. What's more, criminals from various great territories and traders who turned their backs on their master sects would seek shelter in the shattered heaven. Over countless years of accumulation, the prosperity and liveliness of certain areas in the shattered heaven would not lose to any other great territory. Be that as it may, the shattered heaven was different from the other great territories. The balance of power here was not based on various sects or clans but instead divided among countless great forces. Needless to say, Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm divine monarchs like Xianxia stood above them all. The spirit province ahead was the territory of one of these great forces. It was just that Yang Kai was not very familiar with the shattered heaven, so he did not know which great force the spirit province belonged to. However, Ji Lao-san immediately gave another warning as soon as they arrived here. He told Yang Kai that he could sense the aura of the black ink strength coming from the spirit province, so it was obvious that somebody here had activated their black ink strength recently. After observing silently for some time, Yang Kai took a step forward and descended towards the spirit province. There was a city located in the center of this spirit province, which was also the most prosperous place in the spirit province. Many cultivators were gathered there. However, Yang Kai did not detect the existence of any high-rank open heaven realm masters when he swept his divine sense over it. Although there were many people here, the strongest were a few sixth-order open heaven realm masters at most. While Ji Lao-san could detect the aura of black ink strength coming from the spirit province, he could not figure out the exact location. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. How was he supposed to search for the root of the black ink strength in such a dense crowd? At the very least, he could be certain that there were no black ink clansmen here. If a black ink clansman was hiding here, Yang Kai's 8th order strength would allow him to see through any disguise at a glance. Since there was no black ink clansman here, it could only be a black ink disciple. Under normal circumstances, a black ink disciple was no different from an ordinary person until they activated their black ink strength and revealed their true nature. Of course, Yang Kai could not check every single person in the spirit province, as that would just take too much time. In any case, the question that bothered him the most was the reason for the appearance of a black ink disciple in the shattered heaven. If there was a black ink disciple, then there had to be a source of black ink strength. Where was the source? A trace of unease grew in the depths of his heart as it felt as though something ominous was about to occur. Just as he was thinking about how to search for the hidden black ink disciple, 2 streams of light appeared in the sky and descended. The newcomers gave off an imposing aura, clearly showing no intention of concealing their presence whatsoever. Moreover, they were both 6th order open heaven realm masters. Forget the shattered heaven, even in the 3,000 worlds, 6th order open heaven realm masters were considered the strongest as long as the secluded high-rank open heaven realm masters did not take action. In an instant, countless divine senses and gazes were attracted to the 2 streams of light. The streams of light paused in midair before the light around them faded away to reveal the figures of a man and a woman. The eyes of anybody who saw this pair would immediately light up. At the same time, they would secretly praise those 2 for being the perfect match for each other. The man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman was absolutely gorgeous. When they stood together, they were a sight for sore eyes indeed. The people living in the shattered heaven were mostly lawless criminals. Therefore, numerous lecherous gazes immediately fixed upon the woman's graceful form. They secretly swallowed nervously, thinking that if they could become intimate with such a stunning beauty for a night, death would not be too high a price to pay. The woman was evidently accustomed to such gazes, so she simply snorted coldly before ignoring them. On the other hand, the man revealed great dissatisfaction, surging his divine sense and causing many 4th order and 5th order open heaven realm masters to clutch at their heads and scream in agony. After teaching these lawless criminals a lesson, he announced loudly, "Heavenly River Divine Monarch has an order to convey. Where is the person in charge of this spirit province? Come out and receive the orders immediately." As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of the cultivators on the spirit province changed greatly. Those who were watching the woman with lustful gazes quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to take another look. That couldn't be helped, as the name Heavenly River Divine Monarch carried far too much weight. There were only 3 great divine monarchs in the shattered heaven. In other words, there were 3 8th order open heaven realm masters here. One of them was Bright Sun Divine Monarch, Cheng Yang, who pursued Yang Kai in the past, while the other 2 were Heavenly River Divine Monarch, Tian Luo, and Withering Flame Divine Monarch, Ku Yen. These 3 had refused to be controlled by the cave heavens and paradises, so they fled to the shattered heaven for shelter. Tens of thousands of years had passed since they entered the shattered heaven, and they gradually improved from the 7th order open heaven realm to the 8th order open heaven realm. The cultivators living in the shattered heaven could ignore or even insult the cave heavens and paradises, but they could not show the slightest disrespect to the 3 great divine monarchs. The environment in the shattered heaven was harsh and chaotic, so while those who offended the cave heavens and paradises might survive here, death was inevitable if the 3 great divine monarchs were to target them. After all, the 3 great divine monarchs held absolute authority in the shattered heaven. This beautiful pair, who came carrying the orders of Heavenly River Divine Monarch, were clearly from the Heavenly River Palace. Furthermore, 6th order open heaven realm masters were considered very powerful in the Heavenly River Palace. These 2 might even be disciples of Heavenly River Divine Monarch. With such a close connection to Tian Luo, even the lawless criminals in this spirit province did not dare to be disrespectful towards them in the slightest. Following their command, a figure immediately flew out from the grand hall in the middle of the spirit province. This person was also in the 6th order open heaven realm, but he did not look like a warrior. He was dressed luxuriously, seeming more like a wealthy merchant. His face was round and clean, and his smile was ingratiating. Cupping his fists from a distance, he bowed. Bamboo Basket Province's Tan Chuan greets the special envoys. Allow me to apologize for my late greetings. Although they were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Tan Chuan was nothing more than the master of a small spirit province. In terms of status, he could not compare to the two people who served under Heavenly River Divine Monarch. Hence, he naturally showed a humble attitude as soon as he appeared. The male envoy nodded lightly. So you are the person in charge here, Brother Tan Chuan. This senior brother and junior sister have not left the Heavenly River Palace in a long time, so we were not aware. Judging from his words, they seemed to be acquainted with each other. Nevertheless, his attitude remained aloof. It was obvious that they did not have a close relationship with each other. It's nothing, Brother Wu. Such a rough place cannot be compared to Heavenly River Palace. May I know what brings you here today, Brother Wu? What orders does the Divine Monarch have for me? Tan Chuan inquired respectfully. When it came to business, the man surnamed Wu did not procrastinate. He immediately took out a jade slip and announced in a resounding his voice, by order of my honored master, Tan Chuan of the Bamboo Basket Province must gather 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm and above, then head to the designated rendezvous location in 3 months. Tan Chuan's expression became solemn when he heard the announcement. Raising his hand to receive the jade slip, he examined the contents carefully and confirmed that the jade slip truly contained this command from Heavenly River Divine Monarch. After that, he revealed a puzzled expression. Brother Wu, is Heavenly River Palace planning to wage war against the others? The 3 great divine monarchs had divided the shattered heaven among themselves, so it was impossible for them to be at peace. There had been countless squabbles and skirmishes among them over the years, but those were mostly inconsequential disputes, nothing serious enough to warrant concern. However, Tian Luo's actions clearly indicated that he was planning something big. Although the number of cultivators living in Bamboo Basket Province was not small, there were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm and above. That was especially true for Sixth Order Masters, whose total numbers could be counted on one hand. Even though there were somewhere between 400 and 500 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Tian Luo had directly demanded a force of 200 people. That was equivalent to taking away half of the Bamboo Basket Province's strength. How could that not shock Tan Chuan? The man surnamed Wu simply shook his head in response. Glancing around, he then kindly pointed out something. Brother Tan Chuan, if I were you, I would close the grand array first before asking questions. At this rate, you might not be able to gather 200 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if you delay any longer. And you know what will happen to you if you disobey honored master's orders. Tan Chuan was taken aback by those words and looked around him. What he saw enraged him so much that his face visibly twitched. After hearing the order relayed by the man surnamed Wu just now, some of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters living in the Bamboo Basket Province had urgently fled to prevent themselves from being recruited by Tan Chuan. Many of them were simply passing by this area or stopping here temporarily to trade with others, so wouldn't they be wronged if they were caught by Tan Chuan? A few Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had taken the lead, causing even more Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to take the opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen such masters were gone. Furious, Tan Chuan roared loudly, "Activate the array! If anyone else dares to leave Bamboo Basket Province, I will slaughter them without mercy." After saying that, he took to the skies and instantly caught one of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who was about to leave and swung out his fist at him. This Fifth Order Master was rather unlucky. He didn't even get the chance to speak a word before Tan Chuan punched his face in. In order to make an example, Tan Chuan had not held back at all. How could a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master survive against the full attack of a Sixth Order Master? That blow shattered the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's head to pieces. Fresh blood spurted out of his neck like a fountain, and his headless corpse slowly dropped back to the ground. Such an occurrence would rarely happen in any of the great territories across the 3,000 worlds, but in contrast, the shattered heaven was a truly lawless place. Killing others over even a small disagreement was very common here. After witnessing Tan Chuan murdering a fifth-order open heaven realm master, the others no longer dared to act recklessly. They quickly backed down like cowardly quails. There was a loud hum, and the grand array covering the entire Bamboo Basket province closed. The inside and the outside were now isolated from one another. With this, nobody could leave without Tan Chuan's express permission. Many of the cultivators were panicking at the sudden turn of events. However, Tan Chuan ignored them and looked at the special envoys from Heavenly River Palace. "What's going on, Brother Wu?" The man surnamed Wu shook his head and said nothing. The reason for all this was in no way glorious, and could even be said as shameful, so how could he reveal the truth at will? Tan Chuan only became more anxious seeing this. Revealing a pleading expression, he begged, "Brother Wu, why don't you come over and have some tea? You must allow this Tan to provide some hospitality as a host. Bamboo Basket Province might lack many things, but we have a specialty known as the jade spirit fruit. The taste is sweet and exquisite. You've come from afar, why not take a short rest? It won't be too late for you to leave after a cup of tea." What he mentioned was not without reason. The so-called jade spirit fruit was certainly a local delicacy. It was not very useful in terms of cultivation, but it had beauty-preserving effects when consumed by female cultivators. Unfortunately, the number of such fruits produced was very small, so they would be cleaned out in a matter of breaths every time they appeared on the market. It was precisely because Tan Chuan was overseeing the Bamboo Basket province that he could preserve a few for his own use. He did not have a close relationship with the man surnamed Wu, so there was nothing he could do if the other party was not willing to divulge much. So in order to learn more, a more convoluted method was required. He hoped that the jade spirit fruit would catch the interest of the woman standing nearby. Sure enough, the eyes of the woman, who had remained silent and indifferent all this while, suddenly brightened at the words jade spirit fruit. As a disciple of Heavenly River Divine Monarch, it was only natural for her to know about the jade spirit fruit. It was just that these fruits were often shared among the wives and concubines of Heavenly River Divine Monarch whenever they were offered to Heavenly River Palace. So how could she hope to get any? Women would always be conscious of their appearance. Even if she was in the sixth order open heaven realm and her appearance could be described as youthful, she still wished to look young forever. Nevertheless, she said nothing and simply used her large eyes to plead with her senior brother. After spending so many years together, how could the man surnamed Wu not understand the meaning behind that look? Thinking to himself that a moment of delay would not hurt, he nodded in agreement. "Good. We can rest for a moment before we leave." Tan Chuan was overjoyed and quickly motioned his hand to guide them. "This way, please." A short while later, Tan Chuan led the two envoys from Heavenly River Palace into the Grand Hall and sat down. The man surnamed Wu was thinking about how he should respond if Tan Chuan brought up the matter from earlier. After all, one was generally partial towards those who bestowed favors upon others. His junior sister had benefited from Tan Chuan, so it would not be reasonable for him to ignore the latter's inquiry. Unexpectedly, Tan Chuan did not mention the matter, and simply had a leisurely chat with the man surnamed Wu. The man surnamed Wu was very satisfied, thinking that Tan Chuan knew how to show proper respect, causing his impression of the latter to increase significantly. After a short wait, a servant brought over a platter of spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were the size of a fist and crystal clear. Moreover, a sweet fragrance permeated the air. The woman from Heavenly River Palace stared at the jade spirit fruits without blinking. She immediately fell in love with the appearance of the fruits and couldn't bring herself to eat them. Just as she was about to put them away, Tan Chuan suddenly turned towards her. "These fruits are freshly picked. You, young lady, should eat them immediately for the best effect." When the woman heard those words, she looked conflicted. As her senior brother, the man surnamed Wu knew what she was thinking and laughed. "Since there are 6 fruits, why don't you eat some right now and save the rest for later?" She smiled brightly at those words and nodded. "I'll do as you say, senior brother." Her smile was absolutely brilliant. In fact, even the slightly dim hall seemed to brighten because of her smile. Reaching out her slender jade fingers to pick up one of the fruits, she brought it to her mouth and lightly bit through the peel. A stream of sweet fruit juice immediately turned into a warm current that flowed down her throat. As for the spirit fruit in her hands, only a layer of peel remained. Before she could savor the wonderful taste of the spirit fruit though, her beautiful face abruptly turned pale. Her world force also surged and fluctuated wildly all of a sudden. The man surnamed Wu was shocked and cried out, "Junior sister, what's wrong?" However, she instead quickly looked over at Tan Chuan and coldly declared, "What did you do?" When she swallowed the fruit juice, she clearly felt a strange energy entering her body at the same time. Although she had never eaten the jade spirit fruit before, she knew that this strange energy did not belong to it. In that case, it could only mean that the fruit itself had been tampered with. Following her question, she immediately noticed that something was wrong. The strange energy was extremely corrosive, and she could not contain it even with her powerful sixth-order cultivation. When she observed her own condition, she saw traces of black energy that felt extremely vile and malevolent swirling around inside her originally pure and flawless small universe. Thus, she hastily activated her world force to defend against the corrosion. Her expression seemed pained, as though she was suffering from poison. The man surnamed Wu was shocked for a moment. Then he immediately became livid. Summoning a sword with a flick of his hand, he thrust it out. "Tan Chuan, you court death." A sword wave flashed from the tip of his long sword, flicking like the tongue of a spirit snake. The sword wave conveyed a sense of unparalleled sharpness that sliced off several strands of Tan Chuan's hair. Unexpectedly, Tan Chuan remained completely calm, leisurely picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Only then did he calmly turn to look at the man surnamed Wu with a slight smile. "Brother Wu, why are you so angry?" At this moment, he no longer portrayed the same ingratiating attitude as before. On the contrary, he seemed confident that victory belonged to him. Tan Chuan's behavior enraged the man surnamed Wu even more, but just as he was about to attack, he heard Tan Chuan's relaxed voice entering his ears. "You should be careful, Brother Wu. Swords have no eyes, so you can easily hurt someone if you are not careful. It doesn't matter if you take this Tan's life, but if you do, you will never be able to save junior sister Ling. Are you working for the other two divine monarchs?" The man surnamed Wu suddenly thought of something. He had no previous enmity or grievances against Tan Chuan, so there was no reason for Tan Chuan to plot against him or his junior sister. However, everything would make sense if Tan Chuan was working for the other two divine monarchs. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "My junior sister is Honored Master's most beloved disciple. If anything happens to her, even the other two divine monarchs will not be able to protect you. Tan Chuan, hand over the antidote immediately if you don't wish to die." While the man surnamed Wu seemed enraged on the outside, inwardly he was feeling very puzzled. Both he and his junior sister had sixth-order open heaven realm cultivations, so at their level of strength, just what kind of poison could make his junior sister experience such difficulty? He even noticed a trace of black energy gradually emerging from her body out of the corner of his eye. What is this poison? Listening to the man named Wu's self-righteous misunderstanding, Tan Chuan laughed loudly. The other two divine monarchs? How could they be worthy of my service? The man surnamed Wu was stunned. Isn't Tan Chuan working for the other two divine monarchs? How could he spout such presumptuous nonsense, as though he doesn't put the divine monarchs in his eyes? While the other party was stunned, Tan Chuan stretched out two fingers and slowly grasped the long sword pointed directly at him. Moving the long sword away from his face, he warmly comforted the man surnamed Wu. "Rest assured, Brother Wu. Junior sister Ling is not in danger. This Tan has no intention of harming her. As long as you cooperate with me, Brother Wu, this Tan will not only make amends to the both of you. I will also show you the heavenly grand Tao that will bring you directly to the peak of the martial Tao." The man surnamed Wu's first reaction was disbelief. What nonsense was this guy spouting? His junior sister looked like she was about to be overwhelmed by the poison. So how could Tan Chuan say that he has no intention of harming her? Tan Chuan earnestly continued, "If this Tan remembers correctly, You initially advanced directly to the fourth order open heaven realm. Isn't that right, Brother Wu? As a sixth order open heaven realm master, you have reached your limit. Don't you wish to advance to the seventh order open heaven realm and have a taste of the glory that belongs to the high-rank open heaven realm masters? Junior sister Ling advanced directly to the fifth order open heaven realm, so she has hopes of reaching the seventh order in the future, but in contrast, you can only waste away in the sixth order open heaven realm. How will you be a match for junior sister Ling when that time comes? Those words seemed to hit a sore spot for the man surnamed Wu, and his expression involuntarily darkened. He did not know how or where Tan Chuan received this information. However, it was just as Tan Chuan had said. His junior sister was expected to advance to the seventh order open heaven realm in the future, but he could only remain in the sixth order forever. Would his junior sister even bother with him when she was in the seventh order open heaven realm? His mind wavered for a moment, feeling as though Tan Chuan's words were filled with an inexplicable appeal. His voice changed slightly, no longer as cold and sharp as before. If you're capable of guiding us to the peak of the martial Tao, then why are you still just a sixth order master yourself? Tan Chuan's situation was similar to his. When they advanced into the open heaven realm back then, they had advanced directly to the fourth order. Therefore, the sixth order open heaven realm was their limit. If there truly was such a wonderful method to break through their innate shackles, then why didn't Tan Chuan break through to the seventh order open heaven realm himself? Upon hearing the other party's question, Tan Chuan chuckled softly and circulated his strength. His entire body suddenly turned black, and his aura increased steadily. Under the stunned gaze of the man surnamed Wu, Tan Chuan's aura quickly broke through the limits of what a sixth order master should have and gradually increased to the seventh order. Following the surge of aura, his figure that resembled a wealthy merchant also began to swell. Then, he soon withdrew his aura and returned to normal, looking no different from before. He then said mildly, "If this Tan wishes to break through to the seventh order open heaven realm, I can do so at any time." "How did you?" The man surnamed Wu blanked out completely in astonishment. He instinctively refused to believe what he was witnessing, but all his senses indicated that Tan Chuan's words were not false. "Senior brother," the woman who was currently fighting against the corrosion in her body shouted, "It's black ink strength." "What?" The man surnamed Wu turned pale with fright. "Is this black ink strength?" Several months ago, they had been completely oblivious to the existence of something like black ink strength. But then, one particular day, two honored guests in the eighth order open heaven realm came to Heavenly River Palace. They had not known the identity of those honored guests, but they left quickly after an extensive discussion with Heavenly River Divine Monarch. Afterwards, Tian Luo had summoned them and given them an important task. They were ordered to head to the spirit provinces under the jurisdiction of Heavenly River Palace, recruit open heaven realm masters in the fifth order and above, and rendezvous at the designated location within a short time limit. Heavenly River Divine Monarch also told them about certain matters that day. It was at that moment that they learned the identity of the honored guests who arrived at Heavenly River Palace that day. The two honored guests were eighth order ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises, who came to ask for Tian Luo's cooperation in a war concerning the survival of the 3,000 worlds. This war apparently involved many secrets and concerned the survival of the human race as a whole, so even the shattered heaven could not turn a blind eye to the situation. It was also from Heavenly River Divine Monarch that they learned about the existence of the Black Ink Clan and Black Ink Strength. Be that as it may, they had never seen the Black Ink Clan or Black Ink Strength before. They had assumed that the cave heavens and paradises were exaggerating the dangers of the situation, believing that the war related to the 3,000 worlds and the survival of the human race was nothing but bullshit. After all, they had never even heard of such things in this world. They truly believed that their honored master had only agreed to cooperate with the cave heavens and paradises under duress, which was quite embarrassing. The shattered heaven had remained outside the influence of the 3,000 worlds for eons. They were not governed by the cave heavens and paradises, but this incident had forced them to be at the beck and call of those same forces. That was the reason why the man surnamed Wu had not explained anything when Tan Chuan asked about Heavenly River Divine Monarch's command. He had felt that the reason was too shameful to reveal. The neutrality and detachment that the shattered heaven had always enjoyed turned out to be nothing more than the indulgence of the cave heavens and paradises. With the enormous heritage of the cave heavens and paradises, were they really helpless to control the shattered heaven? The people in the cave heavens and paradises simply understood that some things could not be forbidden completely no matter how hard they tried. That was why they tacitly agreed to the existence of the shattered heaven, and allowed this place to become the gathering spot for those who refused to follow the order of the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, they could easily force the shattered heaven to compromise when they needed their cooperation in their schemes. Just like this incident, the senior brother and junior sister did not know what kind of conditions the people from the cave heavens and paradises had offered to their honored master. However, Tian Luo seemed very enthusiastic about this endeavor. He even entrusted this task to them and asked them to carry it out with all diligence so as not to make him lose face. Despite having heard of the Black Ink Clan and Black Ink Strength, they had never seen the Black Ink Clan or Black Ink Strength in person. Therefore, the man surnamed Wu never associated this incident with Black Ink Strength even though he had witnessed the black aura enveloping his junior sister. He simply thought that she had been poisoned. On the other hand, the woman being corroded by the Black Ink Strength suddenly realized what was going on. These symptoms, aren't they identical to the corruption of Black Ink Strength that Honored Master mentioned previously? Tan Chuan chuckled. So, you know about Black Ink Strength? Since you already know, then that saves this Tan the effort of explaining the situation to you. That's right. This is Black Ink Strength. The man surnamed Wu felt a chill in his heart. Are you a Black Ink disciple? No wonder Tan Chuan showed no particular signs of abnormality earlier. He had heard that Black Ink disciples looked no different from ordinary people, but their true nature had long been lost. Tan Chuan laughed lightly. So what if I am? Besides, this Tan is not the only Black Ink disciple in this place. After his declaration, 4 figures suddenly walked out of the shadows of the Grand Hall. 1 was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, and 2 were in the 6th Order. The last person was completely wrapped in darkness, so his face could not be seen. His exact cultivation could not be determined either, but anybody could tell that he was very powerful. The expression of the man surnamed Wu changed drastically as he grabbed his junior sister and rushed into the sky to try to escape this place immediately. A person would completely lose their true self once they were corrupted by Black Ink Strength. Even if he could advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, would he even be himself at that point? Nobody faced with such a choice would willingly compromise on something like that unless they were absolutely desperate. Unfortunately, he failed to escape. He barely managed to flee more than a dozen meters before being stopped by a transparent light barrier. It turned out that a grand array had been set up in the Grand Hall at some point in time, isolating the inside from the outside. At this moment, the man surnamed Wu finally understood why Tan Chuan seemed so confident about his victory. Tan Chuan had probably planned out everything from the moment he invited the senior brother and junior sister duo to his palace. The man surnamed Wu could only laugh bitterly at how they had stupidly walked into the trap without knowing anything. The enemy had at least 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they were stuck inside the Grand Array with them. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to admit that he and his junior sister were not their opponents even if they combined their strength. Things were looking very dismal for them at the moment. Even so, he refused to give up and wait for death. He spun around and protected his junior sister behind him. At the same time, he drew his long sword and prepared his battle cry to bolster his courage. However, he couldn't help feeling surprised by the scene unfolding before him as Tan Chuan and the others were no longer paying any attention to him. At this moment, the 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, including Tan Chuan and the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, were all staring at the mysterious person who was completely enveloped in darkness. Who are you, Your Excellency? Tan Chuan's next sentence left the man surnamed Wu scratching his head in confusion. The man surnamed Wu did not understand. Don't you know the person who appeared in your own territory? Why would you still need to ask? Faced with Tan Chuan's question, the mysterious man covered in darkness answered lightly, Don't ask so many questions. After saying that, a powerful aura suddenly erupted outward before disappearing in a flash. The expressions of everybody in the grand hall, including the man surnamed Wu and his junior sister, changed drastically. That was because this mysterious person was an eighth-order open heaven realm master. He had concealed his aura previously, so nobody could determine anything about him. However, how could they fail to perceive his strength when he deliberately released an eighth-order aura? Tan Chuan and the three others hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sir." Under the cover of the darkness, Yang Kai nodded lightly and made a non-committal sound in response, perfectly displaying the demeanor of a senior expert. In reality, being in the eighth-order open heaven realm meant that there was indeed no need for him to pay much attention to these sixth-order black ink disciples. If not to figure out the source of these black ink disciples in the shattered heaven, he would have just captured them from the start. Yang Kai had received guidance from Ji Lao Sen earlier and pursued those traces until he reached Bamboo Basket Province. As a result, he happened to overhear the Heavenly River Divine Monarch's command that was conveyed by the man surnamed Wu and his junior sister. Thus, he secretly concealed himself and snuck into the Grand Hall. Although he knew that the jade spirit fruit that the junior sister ate had been tampered with, he did nothing to stop her so that he did not alert the enemy to his presence. If he still had yellow and blue crystals in his possession, then he wouldn't have needed to resort to such troublesome methods. He would only need to activate the purifying light to expel and purify the black ink strength from the bodies of the black ink disciples inside the Grand Hall. Then they would willingly help him. Unfortunately, he no longer had the means to create purifying light and could only rely on petty tricks. Yang Kai made a mental note to visit the chaotic dead territory as soon as possible so that he could obtain more yellow and blue crystals from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. In addition, he wanted to ask them about the primordial light. On the black ink battlefield, he had disguised himself as a black ink disciple for years, and was so familiar with the act that even the Black Ink clan could not see through him, so what more these Black Ink disciples? Although Tan Chuan and the others did not know Yang Kai's identity, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of them was clearly a Black Ink disciple like them. How could they suspect him? Every one of them became animated. They had been worried about failing their task because they were only Sixth Order Black Ink disciples. Therefore, it was a pleasant surprise to have an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple appear before them. One of the Sixth Order Black Ink disciples beside Tan Chuan asked respectfully, "What brings you here, sir?" Yang Kai replied indifferently, "I just happened to be passing by and wanted to gather some manpower, but it seems someone made their move in advance. Seeing as that's the case, this king will not snatch another person's property. You've done well. Since these two are part of Heavenly River Palace, we can send them to the other spirit provinces after enlightening them with black ink strength. That will certainly allow us to act more easily." The Sixth Order Black Ink disciple was ecstatic. This subordinate had the same idea. "That's why I asked Brother Tan to invite them back to his palace." After a pause, he continued, "Sir, this subordinate has a favor to ask." "Speak." Yang Kai waved his hand slightly. The Sixth Order Black Ink disciple said, "Sir, I'm sure you've seen the situation here. Our forces in Bamboo Basket Province are too weak. Although we have several Sixth Order Black Ink disciples on our side, it will take great effort for us to corrupt all the cultivators here with black ink strength. This subordinate implores you to take action, sir. With your help, Bamboo Basket Province will definitely fall into our hands." Following that statement, the man surnamed Wu felt the color draining from his face. It was difficult to imagine what the situation would be like if all the cultivators in Bamboo Basket Province were corrupted by black ink strength. "You want me to take action?" Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, and his smile deepened meaningfully. "Is the one behind you willing to accept such an arrangement?" The Sixth Order Black Ink disciple replied straightforwardly, "Please rest assured, sir. It is pure coincidence for this subordinate to meet you here. After gifting me with black ink strength, he only gave me orders to convert more companions with black ink strength. There were no other orders." Yang Kai frowned and looked displeased. "Whoever it is sure is careless. Where did he go?" During this brief exchange, he managed to figure out that the person who actually held decisive authority here was not the master of Bamboo Basket Province, Tan Chuan. On the contrary, it was this Sixth Order Black Ink disciple who was speaking to him. This sixth-order black ink disciple had most likely encountered a higher-order black ink disciple somewhere. After he was corrupted by black ink strength, he was released with the goal of corrupting all the cultivators in Bamboo Basket Province. He probably bumped into the fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master during his return trip. Seizing the opportunity, he had taken action out in the void to quickly subdue the latter. That would explain why Yang Kai and Ji Laosan first found traces of black ink strength on a universe fragment some distance from here. It was because this person used black ink strength to corrupt the fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master and left traces behind, allowing Ji Laosan to notice. Afterwards, this sixth-order black ink disciple brought the fifth-order master back to Bamboo Basket Province with him. It was here that Tan Chuan and the other sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master were also corrupted by black ink strength. Although they were all in the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm, Tan Chuan and the other sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master were likely caught unprepared. Combined with the powerful corruptive nature of black ink strength, they were practically powerless to resist. Yang Kai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It would seem that the situation was not too bad. Seeing as he managed to arrive here in time, the only black ink disciples on Bamboo Basket Province were probably the ones standing in front of him right now. If he had been a few days later, the situation might not have been so easily resolved. Even though his question earlier seemed casual, it was the one that Yang Kai was most concerned about getting an answer to. He wanted to know the whereabouts of the black ink disciple, who corrupted this sixth-order black ink disciple with black ink strength. Only by finding the original black ink disciple could he get to the bottom of this matter and figure out the source of black ink strength in the shattered heaven. Faced with Yang Kai's inquiries, the sixth-order black ink disciple did not suspect anything and quickly answered, "Sir did not tell me where he was going, but this subordinate noticed that he and another companion were traveling towards the shattered ruins." Beneath the darkness, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The shattered ruins? The shattered ruins was the most dangerous forbidden zone in the shattered heaven, as well as the location of the divine spirit's ancestral land. Surrounding the shattered ruins was the divine ability sea, which was filled with enormous dangers. Why is a black ink disciple heading in the direction of shattered ruins? And judging from what this sixth-order black ink disciple had said, it sounds like there was more than one black ink disciple. In fact, there are two of them. What is their realm? Where did they come from? Yang Kai did not know anything. Did they mention why they were heading there? Yang Kai inquired. The sixth-order black ink disciple shook his head. No. What were their cultivations? Although Yang Kai's questions puzzled the sixth-order black ink disciple, he did not think too deeply into the matter and answered honestly, "The person who enlightened me with black ink strength is probably in the eighth-order Open Heaven realm like you, sir." The other person did not take action, but his cultivation was likely not inferior. 2 eighth-order black ink disciples. I can't believe there are 2 eighth-order black ink disciples in the shattered heaven. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had greatly underestimated the severity of the situation. Aside from the 3 great divine monarchs in the shattered heaven, eighth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters only existed in the cave heavens and paradises. However, they were existences regarded as ancestors or supreme elders. Were these 2 eighth-order black ink disciples originally hiding in the 3,000 worlds? Or did they sneak in from the barren territory? Regardless of which scenario was the truth, the situation was absolutely terrible. If it was the former, then many of the masters in the cave heavens and paradises on this side had probably been corrupted by black ink strength. If it was the latter, seeing as the barren territory battlefield had not been breached, then there was only one other possibility. There was another passage connecting to the 3,000 worlds. At that moment, various thoughts swirled around in Yang Kai's mind as a dull and ominous premonition made him feel very uneasy. He felt as though he had overlooked something very important, but he could not remember what it was in the heat of the moment. Numerous expressions flitted across his face as he remained silent in thought. Meanwhile, Tan Chuan and the others looked at each other uncertainly for a moment before the sixth-order black ink disciple hesitantly called out, "Sir." Yang Kai returned to his senses and nodded. "This king will take action in Bamboo Basket Province. But this king has another task for you." The expression of Tan Chuan and the others brightened, and they cupped their fists respectfully. Please enlighten us, sir. Enter my small universe first. Yang Kai commanded and opened the portal to his small universe. Tan Chuan and the others exchanged a glance with each other, but they did not suspect him and quickly rushed into his small universe. Oh, right. Yang Kai suddenly asked another question. Are there any other black ink disciples here in Bamboo Basket Province? Just for safety's sake, he decided to confirm the situation. The last sixth-order black ink disciple, who was the last one remaining outside, quickly replied, "No, we are the only ones at the moment. This subordinate only returned not long ago, so there was no time to take action." Yang Kai nodded, and when the last sixth-order open heaven realm master had entered his small universe, he closed the portal and withdrew his black ink strength around him to reveal his face. Then he turned to look at the man surnamed Wu. At this moment, the man surnamed Wu was filled with despair. He had mustered the courage to fight back when his opponents had been Tan Chuan and the others. However, the person in front of him was an authentic 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. How was he supposed to fight back? His opponent could crush him to death with a mere flick of his finger. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, the man surnamed Wu tried to act strong and shouted loudly, "My honored master is Heavenly River Divine Monarch Tian Luo. If you dare to raise a hand against us, then honored master will never forgive you." Yang Kai chuckled and reassured the other party gently, "Don't be scared. I'm not a black ink disciple." The man surnamed Wu reacted with an expression that seemed to say, "Who will believe you?" Regardless, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to explain himself. He then raised his fingers and flicked a purifying black ink pill towards the man surnamed Wu. "Give this pill to your junior sister. I guarantee that she will be safe." If the woman had been completely corrupted by black ink strength, then the purifying black ink pill would no longer be effective. Be that as it may, the medicinal efficacies of the purifying black ink pill would still be effective under the current circumstances. The man surnamed Wu took the purifying black ink pill, but he clearly did not trust Yang Kai. Yang Kai pointed out, "Things have already come to this point. What can be worse than becoming corrupted by black ink strength? If I were you, I would take a gamble." The man surnamed Wu had been confused and at a loss for what to do after experiencing such a huge turn of events. But after listening to Yang Kai's words, he couldn't help feeling that what he said made sense. There really was nothing for him to do but take a leap of faith. In any case, if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master truly wanted to kill them, they would die regardless of how they tried to resist. As for whether the spirit pill would be effective, he would know once he gave it to his junior sister. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and placed the purifying black ink pill into his junior sister's mouth. Then he stood guard over her while secretly being vigilant towards Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Yang Kai ignored the man surnamed Wu as he was now thinking hard. For some reason, he had the feeling that he had forgotten something important ever since he stepped foot in the shattered heaven. However, he simply could not remember what he had forgotten despite racking his brain for so long. In addition, he was extremely concerned about the origin and whereabouts of those two 8th Order Black Ink disciples. It was not easy to corrupt an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with Black Ink strength. The human race had been fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless millennia, but there were very rarely cases where an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was corrupted by Black Ink strength. Thanks to the immense strength of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they had a strong resistance towards Black Ink strength. What's more, even if they were accidentally invaded by Black Ink strength, they could prevent themselves from becoming corrupted by sacrificing a part of their small universe. The most common method to convert an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master into a Black Ink disciple was for a Royal Lord to personally take action, using their Royal Lord secret technique. However, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing and even a Royal Lord would not dare to use their secret technique without good reason. In the past, the sheep-headed Royal Lord chasing after Yang Kai had caused his body to weaken considerably by unleashing the Royal Lord's secret technique. Immediately after, he had taken the full brunt of Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which played a big role in how a mere 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to kill him. Unless there was no other choice or under the premise that their safety was guaranteed, a Royal Lord would never use the Royal Lord's secret technique to corrupt an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In any case, Yang Kai had no means of learning the origins of the two 8th-order black ink disciples without locating them first. While Yang Kai was pondering these matters, the woman from Heavenly River Palace swallowed and refined the purifying black ink pill. It didn't take long for the spirit pill to take effect, and under its medicinal efficacies, the black ink strength corroding her was slowly forced out of her body. The man surnamed Wu was overjoyed by the sight and finally believed Yang Kai's words from before. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering about something. Wrapped entirely in darkness earlier, Yang Kai had clearly given off the impression of being a senior black ink disciple. How was he not affected by black ink strength? Unfortunately, the man surnamed Wu did not have a deep understanding of black ink strength. All he knew about black ink strength was what he heard from his honored master, so his knowledge was severely limited. A short while later, the woman's condition improved considerably, and she exhaled deeply and opened her eyes. Although she couldn't shake off the lingering fears in her heart, she quickly came forward to thank Yang Kai. Likewise, the man surnamed Wu was extremely grateful. Yang Kai questioned them briefly and learned that the Cave Heavens and Paradises had dispatched several 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters to Heavenly River Palace. Moreover, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had already reached an agreement with Heavenly River Divine Monarch. It was not just Heavenly River Divine Monarch, though. According to the two envoys, all three great divine monarchs in the Shattered Heaven were working together with the Cave Heavens and Paradises now. This was a war that involved the survival of the human race, so nobody could afford to stay out of the fight. Although the three great divine monarchs had lived leisurely in the Shattered Heaven for many years, they were familiar with the principle. Without lips, the teeth go cold. Therefore, the three great divine monarchs who controlled the Shattered Heaven had come forward. They issued commands to the various spirit provinces, ordering 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to gather at the assembly point within the time limit. In the Shattered Heaven, the command of the three great divine monarchs held more authority than the Cave Heavens and Paradises. As soon as their commands were spread out to the public, all the cultivators who wanted to live peacefully in the Shattered Heaven did not dare to disobey. Take Bamboo Basket Province, for example. Heavenly River Divine Monarch had ordered Tanchuan to gather 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 5th Order and above, so the latter had to ensure that the command was carried out properly if he wanted to keep his life. In this way, the combat forces in the Shattered Heaven would also contribute to the war. Meanwhile, the three great divine monarchs had already headed to the battlefield with several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Cave Heavens and Paradises had promised them that they could freely travel to any of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds after the war, regardless of the outcome. As long as they did not commit any outrage, their past transgressions would no longer be pursued. For the three great divine monarchs, these were conditions that could not be refused. They were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after all, so no matter where they went in the 3,000 worlds, they would be considered peak existences. It was only due to their fear of the Cave Heavens and Paradises that they remained hidden in the Shattered Heaven for so many years. As such, their lives were usually extremely boring. If they survived this war, then they would no longer need to waste away in the Shattered Heaven. They could go anywhere they wanted. It was with such incentives that the three great divine monarchs obeyed the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Otherwise, nobody would willingly risk their lives if there were no benefits. However, nobody expected that black ink disciples had already appeared in the Shattered Heaven. I want you to spread the message and inform everyone about the appearance of black ink disciples as fast as possible, so that others will be wary of suspicious figures. Can you do that? Yang Kai looked at those two. The man surnamed Wu considered for a moment. With the help of Heavenly River Palace's intelligence network, we can pass the message to the other two divine monarchs. Unfortunately, it will take some time since the Shattered Heaven is vast. Just do your best. Yang Kai nodded as there was nothing that could be done. After all, spreading messages across a vast great territory was not a task that could be done overnight. Please rest assured, Senior. We will do our best. The man surnamed Wu cupped his fist. Yang Kai nodded, but just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and immediately turned around again. By the way, I'd like to ask about somebody. The man surnamed Wu probed. Who is this person you'd like to inquire about? Senior. Have you ever heard the name Wu Kuang in the Shattered Heaven? As soon as Yang Kai's question came out, the expressions of the man surnamed Wu and his junior sister became strange. The man surnamed Wu carefully asked, "Senior, are you acquainted with Wu Kuang?" "I guess." The man surnamed Wu smiled wryly. "If it's that Wu Kuang you're asking about, then he is very famous in the Shattered Heaven." After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai learned that Wu Kuang had made a name for himself in the Shattered Heaven over the past 1,000 years. There was no helping it, as the heaven-devouring battle law was simply too overbearing and astonishing. Anyone who made an enemy of Wu Kuang was bound to die a miserable death, having all their strength devoured cleanly by him. At the beginning, Wu Kuang was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so the people in the Shattered Heaven did not consider him a significant threat. However, he grew and developed very quickly. After advancing to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm 500 years ago, he became increasingly unscrupulous. Many cultivators in the Shattered Heaven suffered at his hands. Even the people from Heavenly River Palace, Withering Flame Divine Palace, and Bright Sun Temple were no exception. For that reason, the three great divine monarchs were livid. Withering Flame Divine Monarch Ku Yen even pursued him personally, but Wu Kuang actually managed to escape into the Shattered Ruins. Withering Flame Divine Monarch searched for a full 100 years with no results. In the end, he angrily returned empty-handed. It had been a long time since Wu Kuang last appeared, so there was no saying whether he was even alive or not. In any case, more than 200 years had passed since the last time he showed his face and was chased by Withering Flame Divine Monarch. After listening to the explanation, Yang Kai had a strange expression on his face despite knowing that Wu Kuang would not live a quiet and peaceful life. When he brought Wu Kuang to the Shattered Heaven, he knew that the latter was bound to stir up a storm. Nevertheless, he never imagined that Wu Kuang would be so reckless as to provoke the three great divine monarchs. Even so, most of the cultivators in the Shattered Heaven were criminals, so with Wu Kuang's wicked personality and his heaven-devouring battle law, he couldn't show mercy in this place. Of course, Wu Kuang was no fool, so he knew his limits. The disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would often come to the Shattered Heaven for life experience and training, but even if Wu Kuang encountered them, he would not attack them. He knew that nothing would happen to him if he killed the local cultivators in the Shattered Heaven, but he was bound to suffer if he provoked the ire of the cave heavens and paradises. More than 1,000 years ago, Yang Kai fled from the Shattered Heaven and escaped into the Shattered Ruins when he was chased by Bright Sun Divine Monarch Xianxia. On the other hand, Wu Kuang was chased by Ku Yen and fled into the Shattered Ruins around 300 years ago. Their experiences were rather similar. As for Wu Kuang's absence for the past 200 years, the man surnamed Wu speculated that he had died. On the contrary, Yang Kai did not believe that speculation at all. As the saying went, "The good die young, but a scourge lasts 1,000 years. By that logic, with how treacherous Wu Kuang was, he would probably live forever. It was just that the Shattered Ruins was not a pleasant place. The divine ability sea surrounding the outer layer of the Shattered Ruins was filled with various dangers, so Wu Kuang had most likely been trapped there. As Yang Kai was thinking such thoughts, a blood river surged and swept across the barren territory battlefield. The blood river wrapped around a feudal lord, churning violently with an extremely corrosive nature. Caught in the blood river, even the feudal lord could not endure. It didn't take more than a few breaths for his body to dissolve and black ink strength to dissipate. The blood river then fearlessly devoured and refined the body of the feudal lord, growing even stronger after receiving this nourishment. On this battlefield, the only person who could cause such a scene was Bloodcrow. Together with Yang Kai during the Great Crusade, Bloodcrow had used his Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture to refine Black Ink Clansmen and obtained a great harvest as a result. After tasting such benefits, he had continued using this method to fight. Although he suffered some drawbacks after refining Black Ink Clansmen, he would be safe as long as he consumed large amounts of the Purifying Black Ink pill or used the Purifying Light in the Purifying Black Ink battleships. Consequently, Bloodcrow was the most frequent visitor to the Purifying Black Ink battleships at Inyang Pass. Be that as it may, his growth was extremely remarkable. He could now be considered among the strongest seventh-order masters alive. Even Feng Ying from back then could not compare with him. Combined with his brutal method of fighting the Black Ink clan, even his comrades, who were part of the human race, couldn't help feeling frightened of him. Just as he was about to successfully refine the feudal lord though, a figure rushed over from the side and reached out a hand. A mysterious energy surged, forcefully stealing away most of the energy inside the Blood River. Blood Crow was furious. Turning to the side, he roared, "Wu Kuang, can you be more shameless?" Wu Kuang snorted with laughter. "You've eaten too much. Be careful or your belly might burst. This king is simply helping you out. There's no need to thank me." Blood Crow was so furious that his face visibly twitched. He originally thought that Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture was the evilest secret art in the world, until he encountered this person known as Wu Kuang on the barren territory battlefield. Wu Kuang cultivated a secret technique known as the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. The effects of this secret technique were similar to Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, as they both refined foreign energy to enhance their strength. However, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture could only refine blood essence, while there was nothing the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law could not refine. Forget the blood essence of the Black Ink clan, even Black Ink strength could be refined with the latter. When Blood Crow first saw Wu Kuang directly refining Black Ink strength, he was shocked to the core. Black Ink strength was extremely corruptive. Once touched by Black Ink strength, it would stick to a person like maggots on rotting bones. If the human race did not have purifying light and purifying Black Ink pills, there would not have been a crusade in the first place. They would also have suffered a crushing defeat by the Black Ink clan during the battle outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction without these two methods. Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could prevent Black Ink strength from corrupting them to a degree, but Wu Kuang could just rush straight into the dense Black Ink clouds to refine them. What shocked Blood Crow even more was that the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law was said to be a secret art created by Wu Kuang himself. This kind of genius was simply awe-inspiring. If that were all, Blood Crow would have been scrambling over his feet to become close acquaintances with Wu Kuang to exchange their experiences in refining and devouring. They might even have become close friends. However, Wu Kuang constantly snatched the benefits that were just about to fall into his hands. Such actions infuriated Blood Crow and made him hate Wu Kuang. There was nothing he could do though, since his secret art was inferior. He could only resign himself to his fate or curse at Wu Kuang, even though his prey had been stolen, as he couldn't do anything more to Wu Kuang. Thanks to the powerful devouring nature of their respective secret arts, these two were considered apex Seventh Order masters. They also made a name for themselves on the barren territory battlefield, standing out from even the top Seventh Order masters from the cave heavens and paradises. However, Blood Crow had enough self-awareness to know there could only be one outcome to a duel between the two of them. He would be completely devoured by Wu Kuang and turned into nothing but a pile of bones. When it came to devouring energy, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture paled in comparison to the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. At the moment, both Wu Kuang and Blood Crow were under the jurisdiction of the Great Evolution Army. They served as Division Commander Feng Ying's right-hand men. Wu Kuang's appearance in barren territory was the result of a series of coincidences. A while back, he had offended one of Ku Yan's men, and Withering Flame Divine Monarch personally came forward to kill him. Wu Kuang had no choice but to flee into the shattered ruins in the hopes that the dangers there would help him escape Ku Yan's pursuit. Wu Kuang was an intelligent fellow, so it was not surprising he could think up the same strategy that Xianxia once used. Wu Kuang broke into the shattered ruins and was caught in the Divine Ability Sea, but he was actually more fortunate than Xianxia. Xianxia deduced that no one heard anything from Wu Kuang for 200 years because he was stranded inside the Divine Ability Sea, but in reality, Wu Kuang managed to get out of that place after just 1 year. Furthermore, he even stumbled into the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land by chance. He had no clue he was in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land and assumed that he had fallen into an unknown sealed world. Just as he was searching for opportunities, he chanced upon a golden rooster. That golden rooster was innocent and naive. He had apparently lived much of his life in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land and was unfamiliar with the sinister side of humans. In fact, he even excitedly approached Wu Kuang, an unfamiliar face. Wu Kuang, a lawless person through and through, immediately started getting ideas when he noticed that the golden rooster seemed to possess a divine spirit bloodline but was still just a fledgling. While he had devoured all kinds of beings in his life, Wu Kuang had not tasted a divine spirit with power equivalent to a master in the open heaven realm before. There was a high chance that his power would soar to greater heights if he could consume this rooster. With this mind made up, Wu Kuang decided to act immediately. He used his heaven-devouring battle law to try and devour the golden rooster, but just as he made his move, a much bigger golden rooster appeared. Wu Kuang finally realized that an older golden rooster had followed the little one, and the older one's strength was akin to a peak 8th Order open heaven master. Once again, Wu Kuang cut a sorry figure as he fled. In fact, he would likely have met a disastrous end if the commotion had not drawn the attention of Shanqing Luo, who was cultivating nearby. The two were shocked to see each other as neither expected to run into an acquaintance from the outside world in this place. Shanqing Luo acted as a mediator and Wu Kuang was able to set aside his pride and sincerely apologize. After finding out that Wu Kuang was an old acquaintance of Yang Kai, and since Great General had not actually been harmed, Miameng decided to let Wu Kuang off the hook just this once. Thus, things were settled just like that. However, Miameng did give Wu Kuang a harsh warning. She would not show any mercy if he ever tried to approach her child again. Naturally, Wu Kuang gave his word, for what that was worth. After talking to Shanqing Luo, Wu Kuang finally realized that he had ended up in divine spirit ancestral land. Shanqing Luo was not the only one here either. Su Yan, Zhu Qing, and all the others from Voidland who had divine spirit sources and bloodlines were all cultivating here and had been for several hundred years. Ordinary humans were not allowed to remain in divine spirit ancestral land. So Shanqing Luo reached out to Su Yan and the others. They were all discussing sending Wu Kuang away when the Black Ink clan captured the Northern Pass and the war erupted in the Barren Territory. The Dragon clan and Phoenix clan sent word for the divine spirits in ancestral land to come to their aid in the Barren Territory. When the divine spirits received this message, they rushed to the Northern Pass at once with the 4 Phoenix Pavilion and Kuan clan at the helm. Wu Kuang decided to tag along to witness the excitement. For the time being, he dared not return to the Shattered Heaven, so he figured he might as well join the fun on the Barren Territory battlefield. Due to their connection with Yang Kai, the others apart from the divine spirits from the ancestral land, such as Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, Lu Yan, Jiufeng, and the others from the star boundary were all taken into the Great Evolution Army under the command of old ancestor Xiao. Once the group arrived at the Barren Territory battlefield, Wu Kuang took to the place like a duck to water. He could unleash his heaven-devouring battle law here to the fullest without anyone condemning him, allowing his cultivation to rise rapidly. He felt as if he had been born for battlefields such as this. Black Ink strength, something that all humans feared and reviled, was actually the greatest supplement he could obtain. In this place, Wu Kuang developed a kind of kinship with Bloodcrow, who cultivated the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture. He took good care of the latter, so much so that anyone who saw his actions would be moved by him, in a good way, of course. Oh! Of course, Yang Kai knew nothing of Wu Kuang's eventful escapades. After giving his instructions to the senior brother and junior sister of Heavenly River Palace, he passed them a large number of purifying black ink pills and informed them that anyone who was corrupted by black ink strength but had not turned into a black ink disciple yet could consume this pill to drive the black ink strength out of their body. The woman had experienced this herself and so greatly valued these pills. She accepted them with a grateful heart before both she and her senior brother vowed that they would do as Yang Kai requested and ensure that his instructions were carried out to the letter. It was only then that Yang Kai took his leave. "Are you not heading to Barren Territory?" Ji Lao-san quickly asked when he noticed that Yang Kai seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. Yang Kai shook his head. "Something's happened in the Shattered Heaven. Black Ink disciples have shown up here, so I need to investigate their movements and check where they came from. I will have to trouble you with something though, Brother G. Do tell. Make a trip to Barren Territory and tell them that Black Ink disciples have appeared in the Shattered Heaven. Also, please ask the old ancestors there if a Royal Lord has used the Royal Lord secret technique to corrupt some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If that's indeed the case, then I'm afraid a portal from the barren territory to the shattered heaven has somehow been opened. The old ancestors must locate the point of connection and find a way to block the linkage. The Phoenix clan's leader should be able to take care of it. Ji Lao San was fully aware of the severity of this request, so he immediately nodded and agreed. I understand. I'll leave for the barren territory right now. Also, tell them to send some people over to the shattered heaven to guard the territory gates. Since there were black ink disciples in the shattered heaven, if the humans did not seal off this place at once, it was likely that the threat of the Black Ink clan would soon spread to the other great territories. The situation would still be manageable if the Black Ink clan remained contained within the shattered heaven, but it would be impossible to control the threat if too many great territories were infected by Black Ink strength. Yang Kai would have personally gone over the seal off the territory gate to the shattered heaven if he had not been in a rush to pursue the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Ji Lao San swiftly sprinted for the barren territory's territory gate while Yang Kai rushed towards the shattered ruins. According to what the 6th Order Black Ink disciple said, he ran into the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples by chance and they corrupted him with Black Ink strength. After doing so, they did not tell him to do anything else other than to corrupt other humans with Black Ink strength. From the looks of it, they had no specific motive for doing so and had merely done it because the opportunity presented itself to them. It was likely that there were others in the shattered heaven who were in the same situation as that 6th Order Black Ink disciple, but it would be hard to pinpoint them if these Black Ink disciples did not expose themselves. If things were exactly as Yang Kai guessed, then it was very likely that another portal had opened between the barren territory and the shattered heaven. However, the situation in the shattered heaven was still fairly stable, which meant that if a new portal existed, it was probably highly unstable. Or else, the Black Ink clan army would have flooded through the portal and laid siege to the humans instead of merely sending two 8th Order Black Ink disciples over. They sent Black Ink disciples because it was easier for them to move about unnoticed since they were humans. If the Black Ink clan showed up instead, everyone would easily recognize them for who they were. How could they possibly engage in subterfuge if everyone targeted them everywhere they went? Yang Kai did not know what the situation was truly like right now, so all of this was just his deductions. He was even more curious to find out about the purpose behind the appearance of the two Black Ink disciples. Although they were heading towards the shattered ruins, there was very little chance that they were aiming to get to the Divine Spirit ancestral land. There was nothing of value to them there. However, a thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind and his expression turned grim at once. He finally realized what he had been forgetting all along. Divine Spirit ancestral land. Black Ink sealing land. That Black Ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai would not have given it much thought if it had not been for the precedent set by the Black Ink giant spirit god which appeared on the late ancient era battlefield. That Black Ink giant spirit god from the late ancient era battlefield had clearly already died, though his body remained indestructible and even retained the will to slaughter his enemies. However, the Black Ink clan used some sort of method to bring it back to life. As a result, outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the two Black Ink giant spirit gods attacked the human race army from both sides and caused their defeat. The Black Ink giant spirit god in the Divine Spirit ancestral lane had been dead for many years, but its body remained. Since the Black Ink clan could awaken a dead Black Ink giant spirit god from the late ancient era battlefield, why would they not awaken the one in the Divine Spirit ancestral land? If the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples had come with that goal in mind, there was only one possibility. They wanted to reawaken the Black Ink giant spirit god at Divine Spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his scalp. A giant spirit god was too powerful of an existence. Even if over a dozen old ancestors joined forces, they might still fail to lay a finger on a giant spirit god. Although the Black Ink giant spirit gods were created by MO, they were essentially on par with true giant spirit gods. Just their massive size was enough to easily unleash heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Had MO reached the realm of being able to create living beings? The fabled creation realm? If the Black Ink clan had the power to awaken and unleash the Black Ink giant spirit god in the Divine Spirit ancestral land, the humans were done for. No one but a giant spirit god could stop a Black Ink giant spirit god. After thinking this through, Yang Kai became frantic and desperately urged his space principles. moving with all speed towards the shattered ruins. In half a month, he arrived on the outskirts of the Divine Ability Sea. It looked just the same as the last time he came here, as if the passing of time meant nothing in this place. The situation at this Divine Ability Sea was similar to the late ancient era battlefield, but the one there had been left after a great battle, whereas the one here was specifically created by humans. The last time Xianxia was here, he did not understand why there was the Divine Ability Sea here until he saw the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. The Divine Ability Sea was a barrier against the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, acting like a cage to keep it imprisoned. However, the ancestral strength of the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land was able to suppress Black Ink strength, and the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of that generation used the sacred treasures of 16 Divine Spirit clans to forge an immense sealing array. After countless eons, the ancestral strength had worn away all of that Black Ink Giant Spirit God's power, leaving nothing but an empty shell behind. This was the reason why Xianxia did not consider this possibility until now. He secretly hoped that the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples' motives were not as he deduced as he dove straight into the Divine Ability Sea. He was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master the last time he came here, so he and Xiaolin Lang went through great pains before they stumbled into the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Now that he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Xianxia was over 100 times stronger than he was back then, so he simply forged ahead boldly. The Divine Ability Sea had been left behind innumerable years ago, and its power had weakened during that period. The main reason why Xianxia managed to take Xiaolin Lang through the Divine Ability Sea when he was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, other than his mastery over the Tao of Space, was this weakening. He had to tread carefully then, but he did not need to do so now after he had gotten stronger and improved his mastery of the Tao of Space. As Xianxia was in a hurry, he could not spare the time to worry about much else. He dashed straight through and triggered countless barriers and restrictions. Divine abilities situated throughout the area all activated and chased him down as he flitted through the void, making it look as if he had a tail made of rainbow-colored lights behind him. He did encounter a few setbacks, but they did not affect him much. Within the short span of 10 days or so, Xianxia managed to make his way through the Divine Ability Sea and step foot onto Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, albeit with a bruised and battered body. This was a truly ancient place and was also the origin of all divine spirits. It was said that back in the earliest days, a myriad of divine spirits lived and flourished here. However, over time, the conflict between the various divine spirits grew until it culminated in a dreadful war. The place of origin of the divine spirits had fragmented in the destruction, and the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land of today was merely the largest piece that remained. Even so, it was still the Divine Spirit's most important holy land. Although ancestral strength could cause great harm to those who did not have a Divine Spirit bloodline, it was a great help to those who did. By using ancestral strength, divine spirits could significantly shorten the time it took for them to cultivate and grow. The last time Xianxia came here, the ancestral strength had become thin and sparse, which was why the divine spirits, under the leadership of the Kuan clan, were all eager to open up the Black Ink Sealing Land as the ancestral strength was thick and abundant there. Now that Xianxia was here in this ancestral land again, he immediately sensed that the ancestral strength was a lot more plentiful than it had been before. While there were dangers that came with opening the Black Ink Sealing Land, the divine spirits did benefit from the ancestral strength that flowed out from the Black Ink Sealing Land. However, Xianxia was in no mood to ponder the changes in the ancestral strength density right now. As soon as he arrived, a fierce battle that was happening a great distance away instantly caught his attention. He looked over and saw two flashes of light, one black and one white, tangled up together in the void. The ancestral land in its entirety rumbled and quaked each time the two flashes of light came into contact, which made it obvious that two masters were engaged in battle. Now and then, shrill, sorrowful bird cries pierced through the air. Xianxia's expression hardened. He cursed under his breath at how fast the enemy had arrived. Even though he rushed over as quickly as he could, he still failed to arrive in time. By now, he was more than clear that his earlier deductions were accurate. The two 8th Order Black Ink disciples were after the Black Ink Giant Spirit God inside the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, planning on reawakening it. The fight that was happening in the distance was between Hong Hu of 4 Phoenix Pavilion and one of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples, though Yang Kai did not know which one. Yang Kai swiftly concealed his aura and raced over. Halfway there, he spotted a large group of divine spirits in various states fleeing in his direction. The one in the lead was a golden rooster that was about as tall as a building. He held his head up high with its chest puffed out even though he was clearly trying to make an escape. This golden rooster looked a little familiar to Yang Kai, and when they got closer, he quickly showed himself and called out, "Ruler of the Dawn, Great General?" The golden rooster froze briefly when he saw Yang Kai, but surprise soon took over as he flapped his wings and came over at once. With a flicker of divine sense, he communicated to Yang Kai, "What are you doing here?" Neither one of them could have predicted that they would meet again under such circumstances. There was no time to catch up, however, so Yang Kai quickly explained, "I'm here because I'm chasing after the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Is Senior Hong Hu holding them back? Where's the other 8th Order Black Ink disciple?" Ruler of the Dawn Great General's tone was a little bitter. "You're too late." The 2 Black Ink disciples infiltrated this place and snuck up on Senior Kuineo, who was standing guard here, leaving him gravely injured. Then, one of them stayed here to stop Senior Hong Hu while the other went into the demon sealing land. I don't know what he's trying to do there. Yang Kai's heart sank. He saw Hong Hu battling against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple and assumed that the situation was not quite so dire yet. But unexpectedly, things had already reached the worst-case scenario. Ruler of the Dawn Great General hurriedly explained the current situation. A fierce battle has broken out in the barren territory, and most of the divine spirits have gone to help. Senior Hong Hu and Kuineo stayed behind to take care of us young ones. But now we can't even tell if Senior Kuineo will survive his wounds. I'm leading the young ones as far away as possible to hide. Come with us. Although he was huge in size, Great General was still considered a child when viewed in the light of the divine spirit's prolonged growth period. It was the same with the other divine spirits behind him. Yang Kai could sense that even the strongest among them was only equal to a 5th Order human master, incapable of helping much on the battlefield. This was why they had been left behind under the care of Hong Hu and Kuineo. This way, even if some of the divine spirits who went to aid the humans in the barren territory were sacrificed, their bloodlines would continue. However, no one expected 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples to quietly sneak into the ancestral land and heavily injure Kuineo by catching him off guard. Hong Hu noticed the commotion and rushed over to stop them, but it was already too late. One of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples stayed behind to hold Hong Hu back while the other seized the chance to infiltrate the demon sealing land. Yang Kai shook his head. "I came here to deal with the 2 Black Ink disciples. Hurry up and leave, all of you. The other Black Ink disciple probably intends to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god inside the demon sealing land. The ancestral land isn't safe anymore. You must leave here at once." The young divine spirits were all panicking, but one of the braver ones declared, "Ruler of the Dawn, let's turn back and fight back with all we've got. Our parents aren't here and Senior Hong Hu can't fight alone. We should be defending our home." Ruler of the Dawn was young, but he lived among the humans for a while and was thus a lot more mature than the others, so he swiftly turned around and snapped, "How are you going to fight them? We're all too weak. We just get in the way before dying pointlessly. Do you want your parents to come back to find that even your corpse no longer exists? You're all leaving with me." The young divine spirit dared not say anything in rebuttal after being rebuked, as Ruler of the Dawn seemed to have some prestige among the little ones. Initially, Ruler of the Dawn only wanted to lead the young ones away from the battlefield and find someplace further away to hide. But after hearing what Yang Kai said, he knew that they could not stay in ancestral land any longer. The ancestral land would most likely be destroyed the moment the 8th Order Black Ink disciple awakened the Black Ink giant spirit god. Thus, he instantly made the decision to lead the young ones away out of ancestral land. Fortunately, there was the safe passage that he and his mother took to return to the ancestral land back then, and he could still remember the way. Otherwise, they would all be doomed if they had to break through the divine ability sea like Yang Kai had earlier. "Yang Kai, hurry up and help Senior Hong Hu," Ruler of the Dawn quickly said. Yang Kai nodded. "Be extremely careful, all of you. Once you've left the ancestral land, don't stop for anything. Do you still remember Seven Wonders Land? Back then, Xianxia had gotten to know ruler of the Dawn Great General in Seven Wonders Land, so it was unlikely for him to have forgotten about it, and indeed he nodded right away. Head to Seven Wonders Land and look for Bai Shi. Get that old man to protect all of you. A large group of young divine spirits was far too eye-catching, and things could quickly turn dangerous if those with ulterior motives set their sights on these fledglings. It would be best for them to head to Seven Wonders Land, which was now known as Void Land, and sought protection from Bai Shi. Xianxia could have also kept them inside his small universe, but he was on a dangerous mission right now and did not know whether he could make it out alive. If he died here, then these young divine spirits would all die with him. The young divine spirits were the ones who would carry on their bloodlines, so he dared not take such a risk. Go! Xianxia said firmly. You be careful too, ruler of the dawn called out before fleeing once more with the group of young divine spirits. Xianxia glanced at the fight between the black and white flashes of light in the sky and breathed out. He decided against hiding his aura again and instead summoned his azure dragon spear and charged into the sky. At first, only the alarming light of the spear appeared, but a plethora of Tao strengths soon joined the mix. The imposing aura grew stronger until the earth shook, the sky dimmed, and the wind and clouds whipped around. As for the two that were fighting on the battlefield, Hong, who was distraught as what happened today had been far too unexpected. Two 8th Order Black Ink disciples had managed to sneak into the ancestral land without anyone noticing them and had gravely injured Kuan Ao, who had been standing guard. Even though she managed to hold off one of them, the other had already entered the demon-sealing land. She did not know what their motives were and did not have any idea where these two 8th Order Black Ink disciples came from. Thus, she could not stop herself from viewing the situation pessimistically. Had the barren territory battlefield been breached as well? Were all her friends dead? Was an enemy invasion on the way? Still, she was a mature divine spirit. Although she did not rank highly among the divine spirits, she had a Phoenix clan bloodline, so an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was no match for her. That being said, her opponent was fighting with reckless abandon, as if he did not care if he died here today, so there was no way Hong who could defeat him quickly. Just as the two clashed, they both detected the appearance of a terrifying spear intent, and soon, a flash of piercing aura came from afar and locked onto the 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Hong, who was gleefully surprised, while the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's expression darkened. He never thought that an 8th Order master would come over to render aid at a time like this. Furthermore, he was familiar with the newcomer's aura. The Black Ink disciple kept trying to use his secret techniques to break off the aura that was locked onto him. But his opponent seemed to have seen this coming and kept increasing the force behind his aura, preventing him from breaking free. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple chuckled bitterly, as if he could tell what his fate would be. That brat has actually become an 8th Order master already. He could tell who it was from the person's aura. But he never thought the brat they all thought had died back then would still be alive. Not only was he still alive, but he even possessed an 8th Order cultivation. Knowing that he would not be leaving this place alive, the Black Ink disciple gave up any attempt to defend himself and instead channeled all of his power into attacking Hong Hu instead. He wanted to take Hong Hu down with him. Hong Hu was immediately overwhelmed by a series of relentless attacks, but as she was more powerful than her opponent, she managed to control the situation, even if just barely. Meanwhile, Spear and Master merged into one. As Xianxia's Tao strengths continued to intertwine, his expression turned sorrowful and his eyes turned a little red. However, he resisted the reluctance in his heart and thrust out with all of his power. At this very moment, he could not help but recall the words he had lectured Zhou with back when they were outside the Universe Temple. On that battlefield, countless soldiers had been corrupted by Black Ink strength and ended up serving the Black Ink clan as they fought against those who were once their fellow brothers. How would you ever know the agony and helplessness of having to kill those who were once your closest allies? Back then, Xianxia was only trying to reprimand Zhou with those words. He never imagined that they would be so prophetic. Despite being part of the Black Ink battlefield for so many years, Xianxia had actually killed very few Black Ink disciples. Since he could use purifying light, he would save any Black Ink disciples he encountered whenever possible. Shenao, Ning Qizhi, and Chi Taichu were just some of the ones he saved. However, after years of crusades, out of those 3 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters that he saved, Shenao was the only one left. Ning Qizhi and Chi Taichu had both fallen in battle. Sacrificing their lives in battle was an honorable death for both of them, though it did not make their passing any less sad. Xianxia never thought that there would come a time when he would have to do just as he said to Zhou and kill someone who once fought alongside him in battle, and an elder who took great care of him at that. He did not have any yellow or blue crystals left with him and thus could not use purifying light, but even if he could, he did not have the chance to do so. After all, Xianxia's opponent was an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master with formidable strength and was fully aware of purifying light. After being corrupted by Black Ink strength, Xianxia knew his opponent would fight to the bitter end and never give him a chance to purify him. Perhaps there might have been hope under different circumstances, but this situation was critical and Xianxia had to end the fight as swiftly as possible so that he could head over to the Black Ink sealing land to stop the other Black Ink disciple. Xianxia's silhouette turned into a ray of light as his Dao strengths combined. The dominance of his spear today surpassed every other attack he had ever launched as all of the ancestral land's principles resonated with him. "Please go on ahead, Elder Lu," Xianxia bellowed with great agony. His voice echoed all around as the pain and sorrow in it almost seemed as if it was dripping with blood. "Magnificent!" Luan, who was still relentlessly battling Hong Hu, roared with laughter. He did not show any signs of fearing death. His hands kept moving as he sent out several of Inyang Heaven's profound secret techniques. He turned a piece of the sky into the powers of Yin and Yang, which acted like a pair of scissors that launched ferociously cut towards Hong Hu. Before he died, he wanted to drag Hong Hu down with him to make it easier for his partner. Hong Hu cried out and a dazzling white light appeared to protect her. The strength of a divine spirit was unleashed to its fullest as she was forced to assume her true form, a flawless phoenix-like creature. Even though she was more powerful than Luan, she dared not underestimate him as he was literally fighting with his life on the line, forcing her into a defensive posture. The powers of Yin and Yang cut through the void and the light which had been protecting Hong Hu's body was sheared apart. As feathers scattered in the air, Hong Hu gasped in pain as her blood splattered across the sky. However, she at least managed to avoid suffering a fatal blow. Just as Hong Hu was injured, the light of a spear brushed past Luan. It was as if the black and white in the sky were disarmed with a binding technique as they immediately froze, their intense fight coming to an abrupt halt. Xianxia had his back towards the elder, tears streaming down his cheeks. His veins bulged out of his arm as he tightened his grip around his spear. "Damn!" Luan lamentingly sighed. "I've fought on the Black Ink battlefield for more than 6,000 years. I'm old now, but it seems I can't even maintain my dignity in my final moments. I'm too embarrassed to face the ancestors of Inyang Cave Heaven." At last, Xianxia slowly turned around and bowed deeply to Luan. He heard someone mentioning that when Mi Jing Luan took back Great Evolution Pass, he instructed the Black Ink clan to leave behind all Black Ink disciples who were below the 7th Order. They could not be saved as they had been corrupted by Black Ink strength for too long and relied on it to break through their innate restrictions. Even Xiangshan did not know what to do with those Black Ink disciples. So in the end, they had to report the matter up to Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao did not hesitate at all, and with a single blow, all the Black Ink disciples received a fatal injury. However, just before their deaths, they seemed to return to their old selves for a moment, freed at last. Luan's behavior was evidently a sign that he had regained his former self. After all, he had not been under the corruption of Black Ink strength for long, and was originally an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. His situation was a lot better than that of those Black Ink disciples back then. "This junior still remembers everything that you have taught and will never forget the words you have spoken. This junior now sends you off, elder," Xianxia softly declared in grief. Luan was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Inyang Cave Heaven, who took great care of Yang Kai when he first entered Blue Sky Pass, as he partly counted as someone from Inyang Heaven. At that time, Yang Kai still possessed a world spring, one of the 4 universe pillars, and the superiors of Blue Sky Pass naturally discussed extracting it to give to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master instead. The 4 universe pillars were far too important for the human race, as they could be used to resist black ink strength. The best use for such a tool was in the hands of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. During that discussion, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Tian Xiaozhu strongly petitioned to take the world spring away from Yang Kai and grant it to Lu En, who could be considered Yang Kai's elder. Lu En naturally tried to decline, and as the discussion progressed, the situation was eventually resolved. However, after Yang Kai and Dawn Squad were reassigned to the Great Evolution Army, he never got to meet Lu En again. Yang Kai never thought they would meet again under these circumstances, and that he would be forced to kill Lu En. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Lu En nodded and hurriedly said, Yi Ming of Azure Nether Paradise is carrying one of Mo's soul clones, and intends to use it to awaken the black ink giant spirit god here. Mo created this soul clone before being sealed up. You have to stop Yi Ming. Yang Kai's expression turned grim. One of Mo's soul clones? Every black ink giant spirit god can be considered one of Mo's soul clones. As its body is essentially indestructible, it can be awakened with Mo's soul clone. A secondary passage between the barren territory and the shattered heaven has opened, but it's highly unstable. If the giant spirit god is awakened here and joins forces with the Black Ink clan in the barren territory though, they can permanently open that passage. Lu En's expression faltered once he finished speaking and muttered, Seems my time's up. As soon as he said those words, his eyes drooped and his body fell limp. Yang Kai's spear had destroyed his vitality, but through sheer force of will, Lu En held on just a little longer to relay this information. Yang Kai's heart was pounding wildly after hearing what Lu En had to say, while all the color drained out of Hong Hu's face as well. Everyone thought that black ink giant spirit gods were simply powerful servants that Mo had created. But Lu En now informed them that the black ink giant spirit gods were actually Mo's soul clones. Mo's true body was sealed up inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and could not escape. But it seemed it was still possible for Mo to send out its soul clones. This meant that the black ink giant spirit god that came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction back then had been one of Mo's soul clones as well. This explained why the black ink giant spirit god in the late ancient era battlefield could still come back to life after being dead for so many years. Mo must have sent out more than one soul clone without anyone noticing, and one of them had entered the body of the black ink giant spirit god on the late ancient era battlefield. After being revived, that black ink giant spirit god snuck up on the humans from behind and the crusade failed, falling short at the last moment. Another soul clone had been brought to this place by Lu En and Azure Nether Paradise's Yi Ming. The black ink giant spirit god's body was indestructible, so as long as it had Mo's soul clone, it could come back to life. Yang Kai also found it tough to swallow the news that there was indeed a second passage between the barren territory and the shattered heaven. Although he had guessed at such a possibility earlier, it was only a guess, and he held on to the hope that he was wrong. Now all his hopes were dashed. Thankfully, Lu En said that the passage was highly unstable and needed the black ink giant spirit god from the demon sealing land to join forces with the one in the barren territory to open it permanently. There was still a chance to turn things around if he could stop the black ink giant spirit god from awakening. At last, Yang Kai finally understood why the Black Ink clan did not send an army but just a couple of 8th Order Black Ink disciples instead. It wasn't that they didn't want to send their army, but rather that they couldn't. Sending 2 Black Ink disciples to revive the Black Ink giant spirit god was the best option available. As long as they succeeded, no one could stop the Black Ink clan from carrying out their plan unless several 9th Order old ancestors came over to deal with the Black Ink giant spirit god. But could several old ancestors come over? The answer would definitely be a no. The barren territory battle was already a worrying situation with the humans at a disadvantage. Thus, none of the 9th Order masters could leave easily. All sorts of thoughts raced through Yang Kai's mind as he rushed towards the black ink sealing land. Hong Hu could not waste time tending to her injuries either as she followed closely behind. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had partitioned the black ink sealing land with an unbreakable barrier, but that seal had been lifted back then. Now, the entrance to the demon sealing land was just a large portal that ancestral strength continued to flow out of. Yang Kai and Hong Hu dashed through the portal and arrived inside demon sealing land. But their hearts dropped as soon as they saw what was going on inside. Black ink strength from the black ink giant spirit god at the center of the sealed land was surging, seeming to congealing around its body while an imposing aura was swiftly recovering. They were too late. Apparently, it was far easier than anyone expected to revive a black ink giant spirit god. Yiming of Azure Nether Paradise had not been inside for long, at most half a day, but all he seemingly had to do was plant Mo's soul clone inside the black ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai did not know who Yiming was, but he spotted him right away. Yiming was lying on top of a hill, his aura completely dried up, like there wasn't a drop of vitality left in him. He was barely more than a bag of bones and his breath was failing. It was clear that he would soon die. He, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, now looked like an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before. Upon noticing Yang Kai and Hong Hu's arrival, Yiming mustered the strength to glance at them and eke out a bitter smile. Luan had only told Yang Kai that Yiming had one of Mo's soul clone with him and wanted to reawaken the black ink giant spirit god. But even Luan did not know that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have to pay a heavy price to carry one of Mo's soul clones with him. Yiming's current state was the price he had to pay. Mo was a supreme master, formed from the primordial darkness alongside the primordial light at the beginning of the universe. Mo far exceeded the open heaven realm as humans knew it, while even the powerful black ink giant spirit gods could only count as Mo's soul clones. Even a mere soul clone of such a being was not something that just anyone could hold on to. Even if a 9th Order old ancestor carried it, it would still severely damage their foundation within a short time. An 8th Order master like Yiming would have to pay with his life. Knowing that Yiming was about to die, Yang Kai simply sighed. He knew Luan well, but was forced to kill him himself. Thus, he was deeply sorrowful over that. However, he was not acquainted with Yiming. Also, after so many years of battles and witnessing death countless times on the battlefield, while Yang Kai felt pity at the imminent death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was simply that. Staring at the black ink giant spirit god whose aura continued to rise, Yang Kai gripped his spear tightly. "Leave first, Senior Hong Hu." Hong Hu turned to him. "What about you? Someone has to deal with this?" Yang Kai replied. "Can you deal with it?" To such a question, Yang Kai could only grimly shake his head. Yang Kai was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but even if a 9th Order old ancestor came here, they would not be confident about facing off against the black ink giant spirit god. All he could do was go all out. "I'll stay here with you," Hong Hu declared. However, Yang Kai shook his head. "Senior Hong Hu, you heard what Elder Lu said, right? Someone needs to take this information back to the others. There's no one else here apart from you and me. Who will pass this information along to our allies if we both die here? I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make the trip, Senior." Hong Hu wanted to argue, but no words came out. At first, she wanted to say that Kuan Ao was here too, but Luan and Yiming had managed to sneak attack him earlier. Kuan Ao was still unconscious from his injuries and it was uncertain whether he would even survive or not, so how could he be the messenger? "Before I came, I asked someone from the Dragon Clan to rush over to the Barren Territory battlefield. Unfortunately, the situation has changed and we've run out of time. You must leave now, Senior." Hong Hu clenched her jaw and nodded solemnly. "Be careful." Immediately, she turned around and sped out of the demon sealing land. After locating Kuan Ao, who was still unconscious, she swiftly left the divine spirit ancestral land with him. Meanwhile, Ji Lao San went through the Shattered Heavens Territory Gate and finally arrived at the Barren Territory battlefield. Soon, he saw the 9th Order old ancestor who was overseeing the nearby battlefield. "Senior, have any of the 8th Order masters on the Barren Territory battlefield been corrupted by black ink strength?" Ji Lao San quickly asked as per Yang Kai's instructions. The old ancestor did not understand why Ji Lao San was asking about this all of a sudden. But he did know about such a situation, so he nodded. Many years ago, a royal lord managed to sneak into the battlefield and use his royal lord's secret technique to corrupt a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That royal lord who used the royal lord's secret technique even sacrificed his life to do so. This was the reason why the royal lords dared not arbitrarily use the royal lord's secret technique. It was incredibly useful as even 8th Order Masters could be immediately turned into black ink disciples. But each time it was used, it would also damage the user's foundation. A nearby old ancestor took advantage of the opportunity to strike the royal lord down after he corrupted a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with black ink strength. Although the humans lost a handful of 8th Order Masters, they managed to kill one of their enemy's royal lords. Generally speaking, it could be said that the humans came out on top. This 9th Order old ancestor could still remember that the human 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were corrupted by black ink strength included Enyang Cave Heaven's Lu En, Azure Nether Paradise's Yiming, and an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yuan Origin Paradise. No one could figure out why that royal lord had done such a thing. Throughout the past 500 years of war, a significant number of 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords had died, leaving the top battle strength of both races at around 30% of their peak, with the rest having fallen in battle. Under these circumstances, Royal Lords and 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were indispensable forces to the war. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were now far less inclined to have their top masters engage in battles as any casualties among them could tip the balance of the war. How did you know about this? The old ancestor stared at Ji Lao San in puzzlement. According to what Ji Lao San had said, Yang Kai was the one who brought him back through Black Territory via a hidden void corridor on the Black Ink battlefield before traveling through the Shattered Heaven to arrive at the Barren Territory battlefield. Shouldn't this dragon be clueless as to what happened here? All the color drained out of Ji Lao San's face as his heart filled with dread. It was exactly as Yang Kai deduced. Ji Lao San hurriedly explained about how he and Yang Kai chased down a Black Ink disciple in the Shattered Heaven and discovered that 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples had entered the Shattered Heaven. The 9th Order old ancestor's expression turned extremely grim as he listened to this story. Several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been corrupted by Black Ink strength some years ago, so it could not be a coincidence that 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples had shown up at the Shattered Heaven now. There was a high possibility that Yang Kai was right. There had to be another passage between the Barren Territory battlefield and the outside world, though it remained to be seen whether the passage connected to the Shattered Heaven. The old ancestor could not afford to waste any more time and quickly passed the message along to the other old ancestors. All at once, flashes of divine sense whizzed through the air through all forms of communication devices. The human race learned from the functions of the Black Ink nest and created a set of artifacts that would make communication and transmitting messages a lot more convenient. While many of the functions had not been perfected, it was still good enough to use to communicate across the entire Barren Territory battlefield. Soul avatars began popping up in that artifact space, and the news soon reached every single one of the old ancestors, whose expressions slowly hardened. Divine senses resonated as they communicated, and soon, the old ancestors agreed. The most important task right now was to find the opening that connected the Barren Territory battlefield to the outside world. Once they found where it was, they could address the core of the crisis. The Barren Territory was naturally formed, but was heavily altered by human hands. The ancestors of the human race mimicked the actions of Tsong and the others and isolated the Barren Territory by splitting it from all other great territory. There had originally been more than one territory gate that led to this great territory, but the ancient humans had done everything they could to either destroy or seal up the other territory gates, leaving just a single one that connected to the Shattered Heaven. This new opening had to be one of the original territory gates, but as they had been sealed up hundreds of thousands of years ago at least, even the old ancestors were unclear where the original portals were. They had no choice but to send messages back to the various cave heavens and paradise's master sects to ask those there to go through the ancient books and records in hopes of finding some clues. They also sent word to the Phoenix clan masters and sought their help as their attainments in the Tao of Space meant they could search for space principle fluctuations within the Barren Territory. If there was indeed an opening somewhere, then there would be faint traces of space principle fluctuations emanating from it. The Phoenix clan was the most adept at investigating this. In this way, a month passed as the numerous Phoenix clan masters searched the entire barren territory, but found nothing. However, several cave heavens and paradises sent word that they found records pertaining to the original territory gates in the barren territory. The old ancestors came together and combed through the records. According to these ancient records, the barren territory originally had 4 territory gates. One connected to the shattered heaven, while the other 3 connected to 3 other great territories. After comparing the records and confirming the present topography of the barren territory, the old ancestors soon located the opening. It was where the first Black Ink giant spirit god had died. The Black Ink clan had 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods. The first was the one who came out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but at the time, Song had borrowed the strength of Mu and forcefully closed the grand restriction, slicing that Black Ink giant spirit god's body in half. The second Black Ink giant spirit god was revived from the late ancient era battlefield. It was these 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods who combined their powers and doomed the Crusade force. The human race were forced to retreat to the no-return pass, but as they were confronted by the combined strength of 2 giant spirits gods, they could not defend the no-return pass either. In the end, they retreated once more to the barren territory. Once there, the human race relied on arrangements they had made over the millennia to finally establish a solid defense line. It was also there that the humans gained a powerful ally in the form of Aer, the giant spirit god who flew in and dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. Aer and numerous old ancestors joined forces to kill the Black Ink giant spirit god, whose body had been broken in half by the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, leaving its corpse to rot in the void. Xianxia even encountered that Black Ink giant spirit god's body when he led Ouyang Lai and the others out of the no-return pass and into the barren territory. However, no one had ever imagined that the place where the fallen Black Ink giant spirit god's body had landed was atop one of barren territory's former territory gates. The Phoenix clan could not detect any sign of space principle fluctuations throughout the past month, but that was most likely because they were being hidden by the dense Black Ink strength that remained after the death of the Black Ink giant spirit god. At last, the humans figured out the Black Ink clan's plan. There was a high chance that the Black Ink clan had already decided to sacrifice that first Black Ink giant spirit god and use its body to hide the existence of the original territory gate. On top of that, the concentrated Black Ink strength could be used to wear down the seal on the portal and create an opening. Next, one of their royal lords used his royal lord secret technique to corrupt numerous 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with Black Ink strength. In the chaos of the war, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had been corrupted by Black Ink strength silently snuck out through the opening and headed to the Divine Spirit ancestral land in the shattered ruins to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god there. While these were merely conjectures by the old ancestors, it was in fact the reality. What they did not know was that it was 3, not 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who left through the opening. While Luin and Yi Ming traveled to the shattered heaven together, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yuan Origin Paradise had another task assigned to him that the humans were as of yet unaware of. Now that they had come to this conclusion, a lot of things became clear to them. One of the things they now understood was the reason why the constant battles between the humans and the Black Ink clan over the past years mainly occurred a great distance away from that fallen Black Ink giant spirit god's body. Up till now, the humans never thought much of it since the Black Ink strength that had spread after the death of that Black Ink giant spirit god terrified them and they did not want to get near that area. Yet, from the looks of it now, the Black Ink clan had done this on purpose and were pleased that it worked. Furthermore, even the death of that Black Ink giant spirit god was surprising to all. Even though Aer and numerous 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had joined forces to kill it. At the time, the other Black Ink giant spirit god from the late ancient era battlefield had not come forward to aid the first one, despite being completely capable of joining the fight and saving the other Black Ink giant spirit god. At the time, the humans assumed that Black Ink giant spirit gods did not have a high enough sentience to understand tactics, or what it meant to rescue an ally, but from the looks of it now, the Black Ink clan was merely taking advantage of the situation. Even if giant spirit god Aer did not come to help the humans, the Black Ink clan would have probably found a way to make sure that the first Black Ink giant spirit god died in battle at that very spot. Only with the black ink giant spirit god's death could they use the dense black ink strength inside its body to erode the boundary walls while simultaneously concealing what they were doing. This was all part of the Black Ink clan's sinister plot. Even the royal lords could not have plotted this. The only one who had the ability to formulate such a strategy had to be Mo, the ancient supreme master. Since Mo was so ancient, it most likely knew about the original situation of the barren territory. Thus, it was aware of where the original territory gates were. What's more, this plan involved the sacrifice of a black ink giant spirit god. The royal lords could not possibly have the authority to make such a decision. Only their creator, Mo, could do so. Where does that territory gate lead to? An old ancestor asked. Another old ancestor promptly replied, Wind Mist Territory. Everyone fell silent in thought. Wind Mist Territory was an unassuming place among the 3,000 worlds. There were too many great territories, so apart from the great territories that were well known due to the cave heavens and paradises having their headquarters there, the most famous ones were now High Heaven Territory where the star boundary was located and Void Territory. Wind Mist Territory was presided over by Wind Mist Sect. Although the sect had a few 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters among its ranks and could be considered a local hegemon, it was still just a second-class great force. Prior to this, the 9th-order old ancestors might not have even heard of Wind Mist Territory before, but now the name of this great territory was seared into their minds. Why were the humans willing to lay down their lives against the Black Ink clan army here in the barren territory? Was it not to hold the Black Ink clan back and stop them from swarming into the 3,000 worlds? Now though, a few 8th-order Black Ink disciples had managed to enter Wind Mist Territory through a forgotten portal. Was there still any meaning to the efforts and sacrifices made by the human army in the barren territory? This news would have shaken the beliefs of someone with a feeble mind, even if he had held fast to them all this while. However, those present were all 9th-order old ancestors. Steadfast would not even begin to describe their will. No matter how dire a situation seemed, they would not waver in their resolve to eliminate the Black Ink clan and protect the human race. This was the mission of their lives, their very reason for being. The old ancestors were the human race's strongest masters and their pillar of strength. Thus, after a brief moment of silence, one of the old ancestors said, The Black Ink clan went through all this effort and even sacrificed one of their royal lords just so they could corrupt a few 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters with Black Ink strength and send them out. This proves that even if there's an opening that connects the barren territory to the outside world, it's unstable and one would probably have to pay a heavy price to get through. The others nodded in agreement. If the opening to the outside world was stable, the Black Ink clan army would have poured through it by now without having to go through all this trouble. Perhaps the opening can only allow a few on the level of 8th-order masters to pass through, or there's some kind of adverse effect to using the opening that we don't know about yet. For the sake of creating the barren territory, the second battlefield as it were, the human ancestors had worked meticulously for millennia. There were originally 4 territory gates, so an enormous amount of time and effort had gone into either sealing off or destroying 3 of them. It would not be so easy to reopen one. Even if the Black Ink strength that spread out after the death of that Black Ink giant spirit god was intense and concentrated enough to erode the existing seals on the portal, that was apparently not enough to actually open it. The best-case scenario would be if only 3 8th-order Black Ink disciples left. If that's the case, then the situation isn't too dire yet. However, if things are just as Xianxia suspects, then the Black Ink giant spirit god from the divine spirit ancestral land is going to cause serious trouble for us. Don't forget about Wind Mist Territory. Since those 8th-order Black Ink disciples could enter Wind Mist Territory, they would have surely done something there. It would be child's play for 8th-order Black Ink disciples to corrupt others with Black Ink strength. It should be simple enough to resolve the situation in Wind Mist Territory. Right now, the Black Ink clan are most likely trying to keep a low profile to avoid their plans being exposed too early. Since Xianxia found traces of 2 8th-order Black Ink disciples in the Shattered Heaven, then it seems that one must have stayed behind in Wind Mist Territory. We should deploy a division to Wind Mist Territory, along with a purifying Black Ink battleship, and have the Phoenix clan send a few of their masters as well. They can seal off the territory gate linking to Wind Mist Territory. We must keep the threat of the Black Ink disciples contained within Wind Mist Territory. It must not spread anywhere else. Who will head to the shattered heaven then? Old ancestor Xiao volunteered. I'll go. Yang Kai went missing under my watch. I should go and bring him back. However, the Great Evolution Army. One of the other Ninth Order old ancestors said, Go on. I'll help you keep an eye on the Great Evolution Army. It's just a couple of royal lords. I can handle them. Old ancestor Xiao gratefully replied, Many thanks, senior brother. Though it was extensive, it did not take the old ancestors long to finish their discussion. In just a few breaths, they formulated a plan to deal with the crisis. A series of orders were soon passed down, and a division of human soldiers and 3 Phoenix clan masters withdrew from the Barren Territory battlefield before quickly rushing towards Wind Mist Territory. Old ancestor Xiao then concealed her aura and quietly left. There were 2 reasons why she volunteered. The first was, as she said earlier, Yang Kai was her subordinate and he was lost under her watch. She had thought that he was bound to have met his death. But since he was still alive, it was only natural that she had to bring him back. Secondly, she was truly annoyed by Yang Kai's wives, especially that Ru Meng from the demon race, who would scowl at her and demand she compensate them by bringing her husband back. Old ancestor Xiao could not stand it anymore. At the same time, she also knew the grave importance of this task. The situation in Wind Mist Territory was no big deal. At most, a few humans might have been corrupted by Black Ink strength, and a 500-strong division was heading over there with a few Phoenix clan masters so they could handle that with ease. The real trouble was happening in Shattered Heaven. If the Black Ink clan's plan was a success, then they might truly be able to open the passage between the Barren Territory and the Shattered Heaven. Oh! Just as old ancestor Xiao left the Barren Territory and arrived at the Shattered Heaven, Yang Kai was breathing heavily with the look of someone who was refusing to resign himself to the situation. His hand was trembling violently as he gripped his azure dragon spear inside the Black Ink sealing land of the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. He had been attacking the Black Ink giant spirit god for a full month and now completely understood why the Dragon and Phoenix clans chose to seal it here instead of destroying him completely. That was because it was impossible to accomplish that. Yang Kai never would have thought that a living being's body could be this strong and unbreakable. He was by no means weak, as he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was proficient in numerous Dao strengths, divine abilities, and secret techniques. He could easily destroy a universe world in a blink of an eye, but even after a month had passed, he failed to deal any real damage to this Black Ink giant spirit god. This being's restorative capabilities were simply ludicrous, completely capable of recovering from any and all injuries within a matter of moments. Of course, this was probably also due to the fact that he and his opponent were worlds apart in terms of true strength. Although Yang Kai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the Black Ink giant spirit god was even stronger than 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Thus, due to the power differential, his wide repertoire of divine abilities and secret techniques all amounted to nothing. It was just as if a 1st or 2nd Order Master was to try to attack him. Even if Yang Kai just stood there, the former would not be able to do anything to him either. It had been a month and the Black Ink giant spirit god was nearly fully revived now. The formidable aura was deeply alarming, and the demon sealing land seemed to have a hard time withstanding the pressure as space itself continuously cracked and healed under its weight. Yang Kai was beginning to lose hope. He was attacking with full force while his opponent did not fight back at all. But even so, he couldn't even wound him. Just what was he supposed to do to stop this Black Ink giant spirit god? After consuming handfuls of pills, Yang Kai quickly restored his strength. He knew that he did not have much time left. Calamity would befall the entire 3,000 worlds if this Black Ink giant spirit god walked out of the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Feeling he had little to lose, Yang Kai stared at the Black Ink giant spirit god and suddenly asked, "Mo, how do you benefit from destroying the 3,000 worlds?" This was Yang Kai's first attempt at communicating with the Black Ink giant spirit god throughout this entire month. All along, the Black Ink giant spirit god's eyes had been closed as he continued to restore his aura. He ignored everything that Yang Kai did, but when he heard this question, his eyes flew open as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "How did you know I'm Mo? Even Tsong and the others were deceived by me. What's so shocking about me knowing that you're Mo?" Yang Kai retorted coolly. Yang Kai would not have known that the black ink giant spirit gods were Mo's soul clones if Luan had not regained his senses just before his death and informed him about this. A soul clone like this was far too powerful, so much so that no one would even consider the possibility of him being a soul clone. Mo studied Yang Kai solemnly for a while, before it abruptly shook its head. You're smart. Smart people aren't good people. Yang Kai suddenly felt the urge to curse. This guy, the source of all chaos and disasters, and possibly the calamity that would befall the 3,000 worlds, resulting in the extermination of all life, is saying that I'm not a good person? However, before he could say anything, Mo sighed heavily. Mu was the smartest, and she wasn't a good person. Mo had been tricked by Mu. That was why it was sealed up inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and could not escape even after millions of years. Thus, it seemed to have somewhat of an aversion to smart people. That old man song was right. Mo is quite dumb, or rather nah. To be more accurate. It's a pity he eventually grew smarter. Yang Kai swallowed the words that were right on the tip of his tongue as his brow furrowed slightly. Mo was behaving rather childishly, which reminded him a lot of what Song had said about Mo in the past. Mo was an ancient entity that formed out of nothingness. It was the darkness of the first primordial light and was not a true sentient being. Therefore, even though it had been alive for many millions of years, its sentience was still on the level of that of a child. Back then, when it used black ink strength to corrupt all those great territories, it did so because it was its natural-born power, not due to any malicious intent. That's right. Yang Kai agreed decisively. Smart people are despicable. Dumb people like me often get tricked. If only all the smart people ceased to exist. Mo felt a tinge of kinship. Do you feel the same way too? Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Mo quickly extended an invitation. Why don't you let me enlighten you with black ink strength? Join me. We can kill off all the smart people that exist. That way, we can become the smart ones. Yang Kai remained silent and stared at Mo for a while before chuckling all of a sudden. You're already smart. To begin with, why do you need to kill off everyone else? Perhaps Mo was a little childish in its thoughts, but that did not mean it was foolish. However, Mo seemed to have missed what Yang Kai said as it stared at Yang Kai curiously. Do you have a world tree clone? Are you like Song and the others? Why can't my black ink strength corrupt you? The black ink sealing land was now, ironically, filled with black ink strength, but Yang Kai was not affected by it at all, which meant that he could stave off the effects of black ink strength. You know about the world tree clones? Yang Kai asked. Of course, Mo replied. That old tree isn't a good thing either. I haven't seen him in so long now, so I don't know how he's doing. Then, Mo shook its head. How annoying. You might not be able to withstand it if my true body was here. It's a shame that I'm just a soul clone right now and can't corrupt you with black ink strength. A thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he recalled what Song said to him back then. He said that Yang Kai should not feel at ease simply because he had a world tree clone inside his small universe which helped to seal and protect it. Even that was not infallible against black ink strength. From the looks of it now, the strength of Mo's true body was most likely able to break through the world tree clone's protection. Perhaps the only thing that could stop the encroachment of the strength of Mo's true body was the world tree itself. However, if even the world tree clones were not enough to withstand the strength of Mo's true body, then how did Song and the others avoid getting corrupted by black ink strength? Perhaps if Mo wanted to use black ink strength to corrupt Song and the other martial ancestors, it would have to pay a heavy price, similar to how the royal lords would suffer when they used their royal lord secret technique. Setting aside such thoughts, Yang Kai asked a question that he was more concerned about. Since you know that old tree, do you know where to find it? The world tree was within the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but no one knew where the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was. One could only enter if one chanced upon it. Throughout all these ages, there was no record of anyone being able to find the entrance to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary on purpose. Yang Kai was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and had basically reached the peak of his martial Dao. At most, he could hit the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he couldn't become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, he could resolve this issue if he had a high-rank world fruit. You want to look for him? Mo asked instead of answering the question. Do enlighten me. Xianxia got up and bowed. Mo shook his head. I can't find him. He's hiding from me. Xianxia was astonished. He's hiding from you? Why is he hiding from you? Mo chuckled and said nothing. Xianxia frowned. He could not understand at all. Mo and World Tree were two of the oldest entities in existence. What kind of history and resentment was there between them that the World Tree actually had to hide from Mo? Song's words flashed across Xianxia's mind once more. The 10 of them had relied on the power of the World Tree to gain enlightenment on how to reach the open heaven realm before passing on that knowledge to future generations, becoming the martial ancestors of the current martial Tao. This was how the humans managed to carve out a place for themselves in the harsh, brutal environment of ancient times. It was also the spread of martial Tao that put a stop to the encroachment of black ink strength. Song also said that this was a form of self-preservation. The 10 martial ancestors had been chosen, and likewise Xianxia was chosen as he had received a World Tree clone. Since it was a form of self-preservation, who was the one who was trying to save themselves? Was it the vast universe? Was it some mysterious and inexorable will that somehow existed? The World Tree was the key factor in this method of self-preservation as it worked through the World Tree's power. One was focused on self-preservation while the other was determined to destroy. Thus, it stood to reason that it was impossible for the World Tree and Mo to peacefully coexist. There were too many mysteries and unanswered questions from the ancient era. Perhaps Song had some of the answers, but everyone from those ancient times that they could possibly ask had passed on. And it was difficult for even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the present era to fathom the circumstances of that distant past. Xianxia did not linger on these unanswerable questions, and instead turned to Mo and sincerely tried to convince him. Mo, just give it up now. The human race have sacrificed too much throughout all these years in their attempt to fight back against the Black Ink clan. The 3,000 worlds is flourishing. Why must you destroy everything? Mo eyed Xianxia with interest. Will the humans let me go if I stop now? The humans can form a truce with you. You can have the Black Ink battlefield, and as long as you promise to never invade the 3,000 worlds again, the human race won't interfere with the Black Ink clan. Xianxia replied. Mo suddenly chuckled. I thought you were a smart person. Who knew that you'd turn out to be a fool? You're an 8th Order master. How can you represent the entire human race? I can't, but there will be someone who can, Xianxia declared firmly. Mo slowly shook his head. It's impossible. You're telling me to give it up now because the humans are at a disadvantage. However, if there comes a time when the humans have faith that they can overpower me, they will surely try to find a way to get rid of me once and for all. The humans and the Black Ink clan have been fighting for countless eons now. The chasm between us that grew out of our blood feud has grown too deep. This bitter resentment will only end when one of us has been completely wiped out. It cannot be resolved with a simple truce. When there's a will, there's a way. Mo stared at Xianxia fixedly. All of a sudden, he started looking a little wistful. Mu used to say that I'm very naive. I didn't understand what that meant back then, but now I do. Xianxia did not care about Mo's insult as he continued to try and persuade the latter. It'll be an unthinkable catastrophe if Black Ink strength invades the 3,000 worlds. You don't gain anything from doing this, so why do you insist on being so stubborn about it? It was Mu and the others who betrayed me first. Mo became furious all of a sudden. I never thought about destroying the 3,000 worlds. It was them. They were the ones who thought that my very existence was a sin. That's why they locked me up inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. I had no way of getting out even after millions of years. But you know what's ironic? They died just to keep me locked up in there. Xianxia had nothing to say in response. Even though Xianxia knew that he would only be wasting his breath, he still had to try, and now that he had tried and failed, there was no reason for him to continue. Just as Mo had said, a blood feud that lasted countless years could only end when one party was completely wiped out. The truth behind the conflict and being right or wrong no longer mattered in this war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Mo slowly rose to its feet. Although its movements were sluggish and somewhat clumsy, every single move it made seemed to give off an inexplicable pressure that suffocated those around it. As Mo stood up and its feet pressed down on the ground, even the demon sealing land was struggling to bear its massive body. "You're so wearisome," Mo snorted as he reached out to grab Xianxia. It felt as if the sky had come crashing down as Xianxia suddenly felt a heavy pressure descend on him. It was as if something was weighing down on his shoulders, thoroughly immobilizing him. Even so, he did not attempt to flee or hide. He raised his head to stare at Mo's face, which was nearly out of sight, and sighed quietly. "In that case, you'll just have to join me in exile." Space principles flared as the world force from Xianxia's small universe flooded out. In an instant, a vast swath of the black ink sealing land turned into a shattered mirror with a myriad of cracks spreading out like a spider web as far as the eye could see. All the streaks of void cracks were incredibly sharp, and even high-rank open heaven realm masters would have a hard time defending themselves from them. One false move and they might end up getting sliced in half. Mo's large hand continued its motion though. The void cracks left streaks of bloodied cuts all along its arm, causing black blood and black ink strength to spew out, but it remained unaffected. The next breath, the massive mirror that covered the demon sealing land shattered entirely, and the area crumbled apart. After a brief delay, a huge region of the demon sealing land caved in and started collapsing towards its center. As space warped, everything inside the demon sealing land, including Xianxia and Mo's soul clone, were all dragged in as well. Meanwhile, outside shattered ruins, old ancestor Xiaoxiao charged straight through the divine ability sea, rushing all the way until she arrived at divine spirit ancestral land. However, as soon as she entered, her pupils shrank as she saw the expansive void twisted up and teetering unstably. The collapse lasted for a brief moment before an impossibly large black hole appeared, filled with chaotic nothingness. Her silhouette flickered and she immediately arrived outside the black hole, staring at it as she ground her teeth. I was a step too late. She knew that everything she saw in front of her right now was a result of Xianxia's use of space principles. While she did not know what the situation was like now, she knew that it could not be good if Xianxia was forced to this extent. Even though she was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was unwilling to charge into this black hole because, once inside, she was not certain she could find her way out again. After thinking in silence for a moment, she turned around and flew off. What she now knew for sure was that the opening in the Barren Territory battlefield was connected to Wind Mist Territory. So if the Black Ink clan did awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land, it would surely head for Wind Mist Territory. All she needed to do was wait there and she would be able to stand in her opponent's path. Old ancestor Xiaoxiao was in a rush, so she pushed herself as quickly as she could, and soon she left the divine spirit ancestral land. However, she did not get far when she sensed a massive outburst of energy emanating from behind her. Turning around to see the source, she witnessed space itself being ripped apart as a massive hand the size of a mountain emerged from within. The black hand was pulsating with extreme amounts of black ink strength as it ripped the void apart in a flash. A large silhouette appeared and roared, "Do you think this is enough to trap me?" The black ink giant spirit god, old ancestor Xiaoxiao shook. Immediately after, she spotted the tiny silhouette beside the huge figure. Xianxia. Before she could rush over, Xianxia used space principles once more to invert space and drag both him and the black ink giant spirit god back inside the void crack. Inside the void crack, Xianxia was extremely distressed. The black ink giant spirit god was too humongous and his power was too immense. At first, Xianxia figured that since he could not kill the black ink giant spirit god, he could at least exile Mo's soul clone and leave it lost inside the void crack. Mo's soul clone would never be able to escape, and thus the human race's present crisis could be resolved. However, he never expected that Mo could easily find its way out of the void crack. There were no traces of Mo using space principles, and Xianxia had never heard of Mo being proficient in the Tao of space, and yet the void crack, which frightened even Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords, seemed to pose no threat to Mo at all. It was as if it was walking on normal ground. Mo could seemingly tear apart space with its bare hands. After easily finding a weakness to exploit, it ripped through space and escaped through the opening. Initially, Xianxia thought it was just a coincidence, but after Mo escaped from the void crack a second time, he then knew that it was not a coincidence. Mo could not be trapped within the void. Mo noticed the confused and disbelieving look on Xianxia's face and sneered. I was born from the chaos of nothingness and existed inside of it for countless millions of years. It was my birthplace and home since before time itself. Do you really think this would be enough to trap me? Xianxia was struck with realization. He finally understood why Mo could easily escape from the void crack. Mo was the primordial darkness born alongside the primordial light when the universe first formed, and just as Mo had said, it had lived inside that chaotic nihility all that time. The void crack might be an inescapable prison to all others, but to Mo, it was just the warm bed that once nursed it. How could such a place serve as a trap for it? Xianxia felt chills down his spine. He no longer had anything else up his sleeve. After all, he was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That being said, he did not stop trying to drag Mo back into the void crack to delay it. All of a sudden, he heard a cry and sensed a familiar aura rushing over to him. He turned around and saw a flash of light shooting over. When the light came close and formed a silhouette, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise, "Old Ancestor!" It was Old Ancestor Xiao who came. Originally, she wanted to head over to Wind Mist territory and make preparations for an ambush, but upon noticing the aura of the black ink giant spirit god, she immediately changed course and rushed over. Old Ancestor Xiao did not have any time to spare in greeting as 2 different colored lights swam around her figure, and she struck heavily at Mo's blood spurted out and rained down as it roared in pain, raising its hand to swat at Old Ancestor Xiao. A grunt was heard as the 2 colored lights shattered and Old Ancestor Xiao's silhouette reappeared. Blood was dripping out the corner of her lips, and it was clear she had suffered an injury. She then shot over to Xianxia in a flash and dragged him away with her. Mo showed no intention of going after them. Although it was a lot more powerful than Old Ancestor Xiao, it would not be easy for it to kill her if she was determined to flee. So instead of wasting time here, it was better for it to start heading for its next destination. This was also the reason why it did not bother killing Xianxia earlier. Although Xianxia was a fairly weak human, he was proficient in the Tao of space and would not be easily killed. Moments later, somewhere in the void several million kilometers away from the demon sealing land, Xianxia and Old Ancestor Xiao's figures came to a stop. How are your injuries? Xianxia asked in concern. Old Ancestor Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and shook her head. I'm all right. Did Brother Ji of the Dragon Clan deliver my message? Xianxia asked. Yes, but alas, I arrived a little too late. Xianxia could not help but feel a little dejected as well. He had also been a little too late. If he had managed to stop Luan and Yi Ming before they entered the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, perhaps things would not have been as dire as they were now. Now that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the Ancestral Land had been revived, the situation was not something Old Ancestor Xiao could handle by herself. Who would have thought that the Black Ink Clan would come up with such a plan? The Black Ink Giant Spirit God began striding through the void. Though his movements appeared clumsy, every single step he took spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and everywhere he went, the light faded and the area turned to darkness as black ink strength diffused all around. Xianxia and Old Ancestor Xiao stared at the massive silhouette with the same thought in mind. The shattered heaven is doomed. Old Ancestor Xiao gritted her teeth and said, He's headed for Wind Mist territory, which is where the other passage the Barren Territory battlefield connects to. He wants to go there and work with the Black Ink Clan in the Barren Territory to open the passage for good. Wind Mist territory? Xianxia frowned. He had never even heard of this great territory, let alone been there. However, after hearing Old Ancestor Xiao's explanations, he realized that he had been mistaken in his earlier guess. He thought that the other portal in the Barren Territory battlefield was connected to the Shattered Heaven, but from the looks of it now, it was connected to Wind Mist territory instead. The only passage between the Shattered Heaven and the Barren Territory battlefield was still under the human race's control. Thus, Luan and Yi Ming must have traveled from Wind Mist territory to the Shattered Heaven instead of appearing in the Shattered Heaven directly. Yang Kai quickly pulled his universe chart out and studied it before saying, Wind Mist territory isn't far from here, just 3 great territories away, which means there'll be 3 territory gates in the way. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at once. I can seal off these 3 territory gates to buy us some time. In the past, he would have assumed that the Black Ink clan would be stuck once he blocked off these territory gates. But since the Black Ink clan managed to erode even a portal in the barren territory despite the human ancestors having sealed it off for hundreds of thousands of years, it proved that it was just as Ji Lao-san had said. Sealing off the territory gates was not a foolproof plan. An ordinary member of the Black Ink clan, or even a royal lord, might not be able to reopen a territory gate that had been sealed. But the Black Ink giant spirit god was Mo's soul clone and could use his pure and abundant Black Ink strength to corrode the boundary walls to reopen the portal. Even if Yang Kai managed to seal off the 3 territory gates in the path that led to Wine Mist territory, this would only serve as a delay. He could not block off Mo's soul clone's path entirely. Then what? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. Yang Kai quickly said, The only ones who can stop the Black Ink giant spirit god are the true giant spirit gods or other equally powerful beings. Old ancestor, is there a bald giant spirit god at barren territory battlefield? Apart from the giant spirit god with a tuft of hair on his head. I haven't seen one like that. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head. At present, there were only 2 giant spirit gods in the barren territory battlefield. One was on the side of the humans, which was the one with a tuft of hair on his head as Yang Kai described, while the other one was a Black Ink giant spirit god. These 2 beings had been fighting for hundreds of years now, not showing any signs of fatigue. It seemed as if they would carry on until the end of time. Ada isn't in the barren territory, Yang Kai concluded. If he could find Ada, perhaps he could get him to stop Mo's soul clone. Of course, Yang Kai had no idea where to find Ada. There had been no news of Ada ever since he left the star boundary. Although giant spirit gods were easy to spot due to their massive size, they could also control the size of their body at will, or else they would not be able to pass through the territory gates. When Aer brought Yang Kai through the territory gates back then, he had shrunk down a lot. Plus, giant spirit gods were also heavy sleepers who frequently napped after a meal. What's more, a short nap for a giant spirit god would be several years long, while a long sleep could last for over 10,000 years. Since there was no way of locating Ada, Yang Kai's only choice was to seek help from 2 others who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the giant spirit gods. Yang Kai made up his mind and said, I'll leave you to handle things here, old ancestor. I have to head to the chaotic dead territory. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Xiao Xiao immediately guessed Yang Kai's plans. You wish to seek the help of the burning light and serene glimmer? There's no other option left. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao's brows furrowed. Words seemed to be on the tip of her tongue, but in the end, she swallowed them back down and nodded. Go. I'll do my best to delay the Black Ink giant spirit god. She could not stop the Black Ink giant spirit god by herself, but she could still find ways to stall him. Furthermore, Yang Kai was able to seal off the territory gates, while he was the only one who had a chance to convince the burning light and serene glimmer to descend the mountain and enter the war. However, it might not necessarily be a good thing if they did. Yang Kai was less experienced and did not know just how terrifying those 2 were, but old ancestor Xiao Xiao knew better. Those 2 supreme beings were avatars of disaster and destruction, but thankfully, they seemed content to remain in their home and never actively left the chaotic dead territory. If that was not the case, the 3,000 worlds would have long ago ceased to exist. Since things were decided, Yang Kai dared not waste any more time. He left at once, and with a flicker of space principles, his image lurched into the distance. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao glanced at the Black Ink giant spirit god who was making its way across the void, took a deep breath, and transformed into a streak of light that lunged at its massive back. A series of divine abilities and secret techniques flashed out as she flew forward. Prior to this, Yang Kai's attention had been completely focused on the Black Ink giant spirit god, so he did not notice the changes in the shattered heaven. However, now that he was rushing to his destination, he noticed that a lot of humans had gathered in groups and were heading towards the shattered heavens territory gate. They appeared frantic, as if they were fleeing in panic. Yang Kai immediately realized what was going on. His earlier plan must have taken effect. Earlier on, he asked the 2 envoys from Heavenly River Palace to spread the news about the appearance of Black Ink disciples. That way, cultivators in the Shattered Heaven would remain on alert for suspicious people. The situation had not seemed that bad back then, for even if there were a few Black Ink disciples, the troops under the command of the 3 divine monarchs in the Shattered Heaven were more than enough to deal with them. However, now that Luin and Yiming managed to enter the divine spirit ancestral land and awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god, the situation had turned abysmal. When Hong Hu left with a gravely injured Kuineo, she actively spread the news that the Black Ink giant spirit god had been revived, shaking all the people living in the Shattered Heaven. If anyone else had been the bearer of such news, the reckless and lawless inhabitants of the Shattered Heaven might not have believed it. But Hong, who was a mature divine spirit whose strength eclipsed even the 3 great divine monarchs, yet even she was fleeing in a fluster. Who would dare not believe her words? Those who feared for their lives naturally packed their things and escaped their hideouts as soon as possible, wanting to evacuate from the Shattered Heaven as quickly as possible. However, the majority still chose to stay behind and observe the situation first. Most of the cultivators in the Shattered Heaven were those who had no other choice but to hide in this place. They would not be accepted anywhere else in the 3,000 worlds other than in this place. Thus, even though Hong Hu's news was incredibly alarming, with no place to go, many chose to remain within the Shattered Heaven. From the start, the Shattered Heaven was the land of chaos and violence. Right now, the people's hearts were filled with fear, and the 3 divine monarchs had all gone to the barren territory battlefield to aid in the war effort. Thus, with no powerful masters to keep some semblance of order, the Shattered Heaven completely fell into chaos. There were signs of killing and robbery everywhere, which was the sight that greeted Xianxia now. His heart grew heavier as these scenes came into his view. News of the revival of a single Black Ink giant spirit god was enough to wreak havoc across the expansive territory of the Shattered Heaven. So what would happen when the Black Ink clan army invaded the 3,000 worlds? Would there still be peace anywhere? Unfortunately, chances were that all the great territories would turn into what the Shattered Heaven was like now. Xianxia traveled at breakneck speed, and in just a few days, he arrived at the territory gate. However, he was surprised to find that many cultivators were gathered outside the territory gate, forming a long line as they waited to pass through. The order they maintained surprised Xianxia, as these were not civil people who would follow directions. Soon though, Xianxia understood why this was so. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was overseeing things at the territory gate, along with a group of cultivators who were standing guard together with him. Anyone who wished to pass through had to pay an enormous fee. Xianxia was immediately infuriated. Even when all of the Shattered Heaven was in chaos, some people were trying to profit from the situation. That being said, he knew that those holed up in this damned place were not the kind to uphold the pillars of morality. In the past, not many people used the Shattered Heaven territory gate, so a business like this would not be very profitable. Now that a lot of people wanted to leave the Shattered Heaven though, someone came up with the brilliant idea of making money out of it. Xianxia stormed up to the territory gate, his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation on full display, terrifying the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at the portal. No one would have expected the arrival of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at a time like this. There were only 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the entire Shattered Heaven, and this 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master heard that they had all left for some unknown reason. Otherwise, he would not have had the gall to throw his weight around out here. He was originally a cultivator from a small sect, and though he was talented, he had coveted the sect master's wife and did something reprehensible. Thus, he was forced to flee and hide in the Shattered Heaven. However, he thrived in this place and after many years ended up becoming a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was an ambitious fellow and did not choose to serve any of the divine monarchs. Instead, he formed a great force of his own as he believed it was better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion. All in all, he led a pretty carefree life. When he found out that a lot of people were leaving the Shattered Heaven to seek refuge in other great territories, he led his forces to block the territory gate and demand a fee from those who wanted to leave. Some tried to protest, but they were killed off as examples, causing those who remained to not dare to fight back anymore. In front of these scattered cultivators, He was a high and mighty 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he knew he was nothing in front of an 8th Order Master. Understanding that escape was impossible, he choked down his fear and came forward to meet Xianxia, bowing politely. Flower Butterfly Sect Nan Yun greets Senior. His manner was cordial and respectful as he observed the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's expression to try and figure out what he was thinking. Only those that were quick to adapt to situations could survive in the shattered heaven, while those who could not died off before long. Nan Yun was highly adept at reading other people's thoughts and feelings. However, after glancing at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his heart clenched up tight as the stormy look on this person's face made it clear that he was enraged. I'm doomed. Nan Yun sorely wished that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was kind and benevolent to others. He had only just managed to flaunt his power, but from the way things were looking now, he might end up dying here instead. The act of forcibly demanding payment for use of the territory gate was something that easily enraged others. After all Open Heaven Realm Masters would have had to use these territory gates. How could they possibly have enough funds to sustain themselves if they had to pay a fee each time they passed through one? Nan Yun had only taken the risk to do such a thing because he knew that no masters were around in the shattered heaven. As the saying goes, the monkey acts like the king when the tiger leaves the mountain. He never thought that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would suddenly show up. What made Nan Yun even more uneasy was the tension he sensed in this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's posture. In that instant, he couldn't help but think of fleeing, but he was also aware that as a 7th Order Master, he had no chance of doing so in front of an 8th Order Master, as it would only take a wave of the other party's hand to kill him. With cold sweat dripping down his forehead, Nan Yun knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Senior, please forgive me. This junior's thoughts were clouded by greed. I dare not repeat the same mistake. Mercy, Senior. It was extremely rare for a majestic 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to be so meek and subservient. After all masters in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm were considered mighty existences in the 3,000 worlds. Even in cave heavens and paradises, they still existed as elders and were highly regarded by many. For such a master, it was extremely hard to lose his composure and make such a meek and subservient gesture. However, Nan Yun was not born in those cave heavens and paradises. As a result of his lifelong wandering and hardships, he developed a fear of death and a tendency to behave to his benefit and act in accordance with the situation regardless of shame. As long as he could save his life, put aside begging for mercy, it wouldn't even be a big deal if he had to address the other party as grandfather. It was not like he hadn't been in such a position before after so many years in the shattered heaven, facing the majesty of the 3 divine monarchs. Little did he know, Xianxia's tense complexion was not due to this small character taking advantage during the disaster. It was just that a question crossed Xianxia's mind at this very moment. What will the cultivators of the shattered heaven do if I block this territory gate? Although the vast majority of cultivators here were criminals, there was no small proportion of kind individuals whose luck was just bad. In addition to that, many cultivators born in the shattered heaven were here simply because of their forefathers' wrongdoings rather than their own. This was not a matter of 1 or 2 cultivators, or even 1 or 2 great forces, but rather the fate of all living beings in the shattered heaven. The black ink giant spirit god was already on its way here, and the black ink strength it naturally gave off was many times more intense than even the royal lords, able to stain and corrupt countless cultivators wherever it went. Once the portal here was sealed and the shattered heaven cultivators had no way to escape, the entire shattered heaven would soon become filled with black ink disciples. However, without sealing the territory gate, the black ink giant spirit god could not be delayed, and the black ink disciples hidden in the shattered heaven would also escape to other great territories. By that time, it would be a situation where a tiny spark kindled a whole prairie of fire. Perhaps the black ink disciples have already left the shattered heaven by now. Xianxia looked down at Nan Yun, who was kneeling in front of him, and quickly commanded, "Get up. I have a task for you." Xianxia's previous silence made Nan Yun feel like he was under a mountain of pressure, and the fear that he might die at any moment enveloped him. So as soon as he heard Xianxia's remarks, he dared not hesitate. Rising up swiftly, he smiled ingratiatingly and said, Senior, if you need anything, just give me your order. You can count on me. Yang Kai pointed behind himself and declared, lead them to a secluded and safe hiding place. The shattered heaven's fate is already sealed, and it won't be long before there is no pure land left here. Spread the word as widely as possible for everyone to go into hiding and not come out until the issue is resolved. Nan Yun was taken aback and inquired, because of the black ink giant spirit god? If it was more than a month ago, Nan Yun would have no idea what a black ink giant spirit god was at all. However, the black ink giant spirit god was no longer an unknown since Hong who spread word about it after she left the divine spirit ancestral land. Nan Yun initially did not take this matter all that seriously, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, he felt that he was too previously. The situation in the shattered heaven was probably far worse than he imagined. Otherwise, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him wouldn't be so solemn about this matter. Can you do it? Yang Kai asked in a solemn voice. Nan Yun cupped his fist and replied, Junior will do his best. Yang Kai nodded. Go. The more isolated and concealed, the better. After he waved his hand signaling him to leave, Nan Yun retreated respectfully and quickly used a secret technique to command everyone to follow him. Of course, there were a few who were unwilling to obey. Nan Yun tried to persuade them patiently but failed, and as a result, he lost his composure and wounded one of them. Later, he secretly cast a glance at Yang Kai, only to see no reaction from the latter and taking it as tacit agreement. Unshackled, Nan Yun wounded numerous people who refused to obey his commands one after the other. Now everyone was obeying him. Following Nan Yun's order, all the cultivators gathered in front of the territory gate turned around and headed for the depths of the shattered heaven. Yang Kai felt desolate. Blocking the shattered heavens portal was equivalent to cutting off the escape route for many cultivators. But if it was not sealed, it would only make the situation worse. When disciples first left their sects for life experience in the wider world, their elders would often ask them whether they would save 1 or 100 to test their morals. If they chose to save 100 people would die. If they chose to save 100, one would die. How would they make the decision? In truth, there was no right answer to this question. It all merely depended on their heart. Yang Kai never imagined that one day he would really face such a choice. And his choice was to save 100. Blocking the shattered heaven territory gate now might doom everyone living here to a miserable fate. But if it was not sealed, that disaster would multiply hundreds of times over as disaster would descend on the entire 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, even if the cultivators here were corrupted by black ink strength, they would not be at risk of losing their lives immediately. They would just lose their sense of self and become subservient to the Black Ink clan. Such chaos could still be restored with purifying light, so there was no reason to hesitate. This did not solely apply to the Shattered Heaven, of course, but to the 3 great territories on the way to Wind Mist territory as well. The most urgent issue at the moment was keeping the Black Ink giant spirit god from entering Wind Mist territory. Yang Kai did not dally after Nan Yun took the crowd away. He flashed into Territory Gate, manipulated space principles to disrupt the void, and sealed the portal. Having previous experience sealing the Territory Gate connecting the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield, it was far easier this time for Yang Kai. The portal had been entirely smoothed out by the time Yang Kai rushed through from the other end of the short void corridor. With no delay, he immediately rushed to the portal leading to the other great territory while along his way, he warned everyone he could. While Yang Kai was doing his best, the human race and the Black Ink clan began a violent battle on the barren territory battlefield, surrounding the body of the slain Black Ink giant spirit god. How could the human race sit idly by now that the location of a breach in the barren territory had been discovered? Under the mobilization of all the army commanders, the human and divine spirit forces quietly moved to occupy this portal. As long as they could seize control of the territory gate, the Black Ink clan would be unable to establish a link to the 3,000 worlds. Likewise, the human race might be able to find a way to close the portal permanently. Before this, the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan had gradually decreased in intensity. After all these years of fighting, both the human race and the Black Ink clan had suffered tremendous losses, with even the number of royal lords and old ancestors falling to a third of their peak. Both parties sought to maintain their strength while waiting for the circumstances to change. Initially, the Black Ink clan was unconcerned with this tiny loss as their armies were essentially endless with fresh troops being sent from the Black Ink battlefield constantly. There were over 100 high-rank Black Ink nests, many times more mid-rank Black Ink nests breeding new soldiers, not to mention countless low-rank Black Ink nests doing the same. The Black Ink clansmen could be created indefinitely as long as there were sufficient resources. They could use this advantage to conduct a battle of attrition with the human race, slowly wearing the enemy down and eventually gaining an absolute advantage. However, Xianxia's return trip from the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield completely wiped out that advantage. He sealed the territory gate that connected the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield. How despicable! This seal was not unbreakable, of course. The Black Ink clan still had a Black Ink giant spirit god who was capable of tearing open the sealed territory gate. However, because it lacked the necessary intelligence to be aware of its surroundings and was entangled with air in a battle, it did not have time to deal with the sealed portal. Only a giant spirit god could fight another giant spirit god. These two giant spirit gods were engaged in a fierce battle on the barren territory battlefield, and no one from the Black Ink clan nor the human race dared to get within 1,000,000 kilometers of that clash. The Black Ink clan never imagined that their side would one day face a shortage of troops. Many royal lords despised that human with all their hearts, and they all secretly swore that they would rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces if they were ever given the chance. Because of this, for the past 10 years or so, the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan had settled down considerably, to the point where it almost seemed tepid. The strongest masters would simply never join in the battle, and the two armies would often just launch tentative attacks, only pressing ahead when they were certain they would win. However, the fragile peace was shattered the moment the humans tried to seize control of the second territory gate. The armies of the two races were never frightened of death and soon were going all out to gain control of that region. The original human army was not dominant in terms of military might. After all, they had suffered way too much over the preceding years of war. However, they were on equal footing at the present moment. This was thanks to the assistance of the divine spirits, who made up for much of the human race's lack of high-end battle capability, particularly that of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan leaders who were stronger than even the strongest Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. These two were, after all, from the races that ruled over the entire early ancient era. When the dragons and phoenixes ruled the 3,000 worlds, the human race was still among the weakest of all living beings, not even comparable to the monster race. It wasn't until Tsong and the other martial ancestors were enlightened to the open heaven realm that the human race's status gradually rose. On top of that, the cave heavens and paradises recruited reinforcements from all the various great territories, bolstering the human army's numbers. The only element they were lacking was sufficient numbers of warships. Every time a battle broke out, numerous warships were either damaged or destroyed, and even though the artifact refiners strove their hardest to refine more and repair those that were broken, they were unable to keep up with the rate of destruction. Complicating masters were the many cultivators who were new to this kind of battlefield. These 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had never engaged in a real war and at best had experienced some struggles between rival sects. None of them had participated in such a large-scale battle involving millions of cultivators. It was not until these cultivators from the second-class great forces entered the barren territory battlefield that they understood where all the heritage the cave heavens and paradises accumulated over countless years had gone. And only then did they realize how great the sacrifice these top forces had made to protect the 3,000 worlds. They couldn't help feeling shame upon learning the truth. The initial location of the second territory gate was overlooked because it was covered by the corpse of the first Black Ink giant spirit god. The human race never imagined that this was all the Black Ink clan's deliberate attempt to conceal the truth. Now, however, this region had become a battleground for the forces of the two races, with control seesawing back and forth numerous times. The battle was so intense that the likes of it had not been seen since the war outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction 500 years prior. Under such tense circumstances, the human race could no longer dedicate additional masters to other tasks. So, despite the fact that Hong, who delivered the news about the ancestral land Black Ink giant spirit god awakening, only old ancestor Xiao was able to intercede. It wasn't that the other old ancestor didn't want to help, but that they simply couldn't. Originally, old ancestor Xiao believed that if she arrived in time, the matter of the black ink giant spirit god could be perfectly resolved. But unfortunately, she was one step too late. The black ink giant spirit god had awakened and was now passing through the shattered heaven, heading towards wind mist territory. Xianxia raced through several great territories, sealing the territory gates as he went. Simultaneously, old ancestor Xiao was continually pestering the black ink giant spirit god that had awakened from the divine spirit ancestral land, delaying it as best she could. She, however, quickly realized that something was off. According to her and Xianxia's previous speculation, Mo's soul clone would head from the shattered heaven to wind mist territory, where it would cooperate with the barren territory's black ink clan armies to rip open the sealed territory gate and allow an invasion of the 3,000 worlds to begin in earnest. If that was the case, though, the black ink giant spirit god first had to leave the shattered heaven, then travel across 3 great territories before arriving at wind mist territory. It was also due to this consideration that Xianxia took the first step to block those connecting territory gates. However, after more than a month of entanglement with the black ink giant spirit god, old ancestor Xiao realized that the route Mo's soul clone was headed was not to the exit from the shattered heaven. She first assumed that the black ink giant spirit god was lost since it had suddenly awakened. After all, even high-rank open heaven realm masters could get lost in the enormous void without an appropriate universe chart in hand. A universe chart was a must-have item for all open heaven realm masters to travel through the great territories. Old ancestor Xiao first felt fortunate, because if the other party had truly lost its way, it would be delayed for longer. But after a few days, old ancestor Xiao realized something was off. This black ink giant spirit god appeared to have no intention of heading to wind mist territory, as the direction it was traveling was actually towards the territory gate leading to the barren territory battlefield. There were only 2 territory gates in the shattered heaven, one connecting to the adjacent great territory, and the other to the barren territory. The 2 portals were on opposite sides of the shattered heaven, and no matter how lost the black ink giant spirit god was, it couldn't be that foolish. Old ancestor Xiao was shocked and instantly recognized the issue that had been overlooked for so long. What method did the black ink giant spirit god use to erode the boundary wall? Was it only the black ink giant spirit gods who were capable of reopening the sealed territory gates among all the black ink clansmen? Realizing this, old ancestor Xiao's increased the intensity of her attacks greatly. This change caught the attention of the black ink giant spirit god, who had been silent in the face of old ancestor Xiao's attacks, finally prompting it to speak. This is your end. It is destined that the black ink clan will rule the 3,000 worlds. All of you will become my servants. Old ancestor Xiao was taken aback, and she asked in surprise, "You're sentient?" Whether it was the black ink giant spirit god encountered outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction or the one awakened from the late ancient era battlefield, the human race were left with the impression that they were dealing with a monster who knew nothing but how to kill and destroy. Everyone believed that the black ink giant spirit god was solely created as a weapon for battle by Mo. Nobody ever imagined it had sentience and was capable of communication. The black ink giant spirit gods had never communicated with the human race, after all. Mo laughed. Sentience? Didn't that the fellow tell you that all black ink giant spirit gods are just my soul clones? This sentence disclosed far too much, and old ancestor Xiao's beautiful face paled. You're Mo? Xianxia never informed her that the black ink giant spirit god was Mo's soul clone, as he had only recently learned about it from Luin. Before that, no one would have guessed that such a massive and powerful master was solely a soul clone. Seeing the sudden realization of old ancestor Xiao, Mo sighed. You are all much more foolish than Mu. In this world, there was probably no one smarter than Mu. How would old ancestor Xiao care about this mocking attitude when she was so irritated at the moment? She clenched her teeth as she asked, "Are you heading to the barren territory?" While sprinting clumsily, Mo nonchalantly answered, "Of course." As Mo passed by a universe world along its way, it waved its hand and sent out a wave of black ink strength. The previously beautiful rivers and mountains were dyed with black ink strength that instantly corrupted all living beings it touched. Old ancestor Xiao grit her teeth as she watched the scene, but was helpless to stop it. Mo had performed this act several times along the way, contaminating countless universe worlds and spirit provinces with black ink strength. Old ancestor Xiao suddenly stopped attacking as she knew it was useless. It was a better idea to recover some strength and pry for some information. "You're not going to wind Miss Territory?" Mo laughed lightly and said, "I don't have to go there. Someone else went there?" Old ancestor Xiao frowned. Mo shook its head. "No one went there. He was originally there from the start." Various thoughts flashed through the mind of old ancestor Xiao before she blurted out, "The last 8th Order Black Ink disciple." Ji Lao San reported that 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples had appeared in the Shattered Heaven and were being pursued by Yang Kai. Yang Kai guessed that they were seeking to revive the Black Ink giant spirit god sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land. That was also why old ancestor Xiao hastened forth to assist. As for who the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples were, old ancestor Xiao had no idea either. But she was certain they were 2 of the 3 individuals who had been corrupted by the Royal Lord's secret technique some years ago. There were 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were corrupted by Black Ink strength at that time. 2 went to the Shattered Heaven, so what happened to the last one? Nobody has given it much thought before, as although an 8th Order Black Ink disciple was certainly dangerous, it was insignificant in comparison to the awakening of the Black Ink giant spirit god. It wasn't until now that old ancestor Xiao discovered that the 8th Order Black Ink disciple had a significant role to play. He remained in Wind Mist territory, on the other side of the half-open territory gate, for some unknown purpose. Perhaps Mo was in a good mood since the plan it had been plotting for so many years was about to succeed. So it freely chatted with old ancestor Xiao. Given that annoying guy's capability to block portals, he must be quite gifted. But even if a territory gate is blocked, there always remains some traces which can be traced. My strength is not something that can be stopped simply by sealing those portals. In fact, even if he was capable of destroying a territory gate, I could always force it open again. "How do you open them?" old ancestor Xiao asked. Mo was quite satisfied with this listener, so it continued patiently. Song was wrong to open the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. At the time, I sent 3 soul clones and a thread of my own will. That thread of will could not completely leave the primordial heaven's source grand restriction though, so it does not affect the overall situation. Putting that aside, can you guess where my 3 soul clones are right now? Old ancestor Xiao quickly said. "One was used to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god on the late ancient era battlefield. One is in front of me and one is with that 8th Order Black Ink disciple." Mo praised. "You're pretty smart after all. And that 8th Order Black Ink disciple has my 3rd soul clone. The territory gate connecting your 3,000 worlds to the barren territory has been blocked for many years, so it is actually quite challenging to force it open. I had to borrow my half-destroyed soul clone to open that portal. But that wasn't enough. Thankfully, I have another spare soul clone, and by sacrificing it, that portal will be completely opened." Old ancestor Xiao clenched her teeth. "Since you are capable of completely opening the portal, why did you send people to wind Mist territory rather than doing it from the barren territory?" Mo replied. "Awakening this body was always part of my plan. Besides, would you humans allow me to take action before this body was awakened? An ancient existence like Mo was certainly malicious and cunning. To achieve its plan, it was willing to sacrifice a few royal lords as well as 2 of its soul clones. However, the outcome was extremely remarkable. 2 out of the 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that were corrupted by Black Ink strength went to the Shattered Heaven to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god, while 1 remained in Wind Mist territory, preparing to open the portal by borrowing the power of the last soul clone to erode the boundary wall. Old ancestor Xiao felt helpless in the face of such an enemy. Yang Kai had no idea about this since he believed Mo's soul clone intended to head to Wind Mist territory. Hence why he went all the way to seal the territory gates in between. He even planned to ask the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer to descend the mountain to intervene directly in the war. Old ancestor Xiao could only hope that Yang Kai would notice the situation when he arrived in Wind Mist territory, giving him a brief opportunity to foil the Black Ink clan scheme. As for her side, There was no need to engage with the black ink giant spirit god any longer, as she understood she couldn't stop this soul clone of Mo on her own. It was difficult for her to conceive what would happen to the humans if this black ink giant spirit god entered the barren territory as well. With this in mind, she no longer hesitated and she shot ahead. She had to rush back to the barren territory before the third black ink giant spirit god to warn the others. Mo didn't even try to stop her. In fact, it actually stopped and simply stood there watching her leave. At this point, all of its plans had been flawlessly carried out, and all that remained was to savor the sweet victory. Despite having won, though, it did not feel much happiness. Wind Mist territory was not well known among the great territories of the 3,000 worlds, with many never even having heard of it before. Xianxia got here less than a month after parting with old ancestor Xiao as he had pushed his speed to the limit the whole way. After blocking the territory gate he passed through, he took out his universe chart to check his route. Next, he would proceed to chaotic dead territory and ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for help. If they were quick enough, they might be able to halt the black ink giant spirit god before it arrived in Wind Mist territory. With how dire the situation was, Xianxia dared not be careless. He immediately mapped out his next route and determined he had to pass through 5 great territories to reach the chaotic dead territory. It would take 1.5 months with his current speed, so 3 months in total for a round trip. Xianxia clenched his teeth. Time was critical, and he was unsure if he would make it in time. After all, a black ink giant spirit god was also extraordinarily fast. He could only pray that the sealed territory gates would buy him enough time. Not daring to delay a single breath, Xianxia set out. There was also a universe temple in Wind Mist territory, but since Xianxia had never been there before, he had not left his imprint on it. Otherwise, he would be able to save a lot of time by utilizing the universe transference law. However, he could leave his imprint at the universe temple now, which would save him time on his journey back. A few days later, Xianxia noticed a quaint grand hall floating in the void from afar and realized that he had arrived at the universe temple of the Great Territory. Just as he wanted to rush into the universe temple, though, he saw countless cultivators streaming out of it, frantically flying in all directions. This sight made Xianxia feel uneasy. The number of cultivators pouring out from the universe temple was so immense that he couldn't help but suspect that all the cultivators in Wind Mist territory who could traverse the void were gathered here. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gather so many open heaven realm masters in a great territory like Wind Mist territory on usual days. Flashing forward, he grabbed a young man who had just stepped out of the universe temple and was about to depart, then questioned in a solemn voice, "What happened here?" The cultivator was enraged that he was seized just as he was panicking, fleeing for his life, so he tried to break free from Xianxia but failed. Fortunately, he was smart enough to realize that the other party was way stronger than him, so he restrained his rage and explained impatiently, "I don't know what happened. All I heard was people saying the void had shattered and Wind Mist territory was about to fall into a catastrophe. Everyone is fleeing, and so am I." "The void shattered?" Xianxia muttered in a daze. Taking advantage of this, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master struggled again, and finally successfully broke free from Xianxia, fleeing in an instant. At that moment, Xianxia heard the sound of conversation from numerous individuals, so he instantly turned to look. He noticed those individuals were 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master talking to each other, and it appeared that they were the leaders of some great forces. Xianxia stepped forward, and learning from his prior experience, he deliberately released his Eighth Order undulations. The presence of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among a group of Fifth and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters undoubtedly gained everyone's attention. The 3 masters who were conversing fell into silence immediately and looked over at Xianxia. Striding over in an instant, he cupped his fist. "Star Boundaries, Xianxia would like to inquire about what happened here." The eyes of the 3 people brightened, and the oldest-looking Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master hesitated before asking, "Is Senior the Lord of the Star Boundary?" They were all aware of the mighty reputation of the Star Boundary. Previously, these 3 had intended to send their talented disciples there to train in order to experience the nourishing benefits of the World Tree Clone. But unfortunately, they lacked the means to do so. They also knew that the star boundary had several great emperors recognized by it, one of whom was Yang Kai, who bore the title Void Great Emperor. It was just that, according to rumors, this person had been in retreat for 1,000 years and had not been seen for that long. They had never imagined that they would be able to meet an individual who claimed to be Yang Kai of the star boundary. It is this Yang. Yang Kai nodded. These three were equally delighted and shocked by his response. After many years of being unable to form a connection with anybody from the star boundary, they were ecstatic to meet the Lord of the Star Boundary in Wind Mist Territory's moment of danger. What shocked them even more was the fact that Yang Kai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master already. As far as they knew, the Lord of the Star Boundary was only a 6th Order Master when he disappeared from the public eye some 1,000 years ago. While 1,000 years sounded like a lot, for those in the Open Heaven Realm, it could not be considered a long time, especially to cross two orders. Are the word tree clones benefits that astonishing? They assumed that Yang Kai's rapid advancement in cultivation was a result of the world tree clone. However, this was not just a case of them being ignorant and uninformed. The world tree clone was largely aggrandized by many, and so the general public were unaware of its secrets since they had never visited the star boundary. Additionally, the information made public by High Heaven Palace, the representative sect of the star boundary, was the reason they believed Yang Kai had been in retreat for 1,000 of years. Though many individuals in the cave heavens and paradises were aware of Yang Kai's true location on the Black Ink battlefield, it was unwise to inform the public about it, so they only announced that Yang Kai had been in retreat. The three masters exchanged greetings right away once they realized the man in front of them was indeed the Lord of the Star Boundary. These three were sect masters of the strongest three sects in Wind Mist Territory. The oldest 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them was the Wind Mist Sect Master, Xiaolongji, and the other two were subordinates of his. Facing an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was also the Lord of the Star Boundary, they dared not act nonchalantly. So Xiaolongji immediately explained the situation from start to finish. Some time ago, a disciple of Wind Mist Sect discovered something strange in the void while he was outside traveling. Since his cultivation wasn't high, he dared not conduct a hasty investigation and instead quickly went back to his master sect to report the issue. In turn, one of the vice sect masters led a team to investigate. This vice sect master was soon startled by what he saw. It only took less than 10 days from when the disciple discovered the anomaly to when the vice sect master led people to investigate. But in that time, the void, which was initially only slightly warped, seemed to have broken apart and a hole had appeared in it. From that hole, something that looked like the blackest gas imaginable had flowed out, filling the surrounding space. Being a cautious person, the vice sect master ordered a disciple to enter deeper to investigate the matter. But how could he have expected that as soon as that disciple entered that black gas, it would latch onto him and cause a kind of mutation which he struggled hard to resist? Fortunately, the vice sect master was strong enough to subdue him. But what was shocking was that the disciple became perfectly normal after being subdued. Only after the vice sect master carefully examined this disciple and determined that there was nothing amiss did he release him. After several investigations, he realized that any disciples who came into contact with that black substance would struggle hard at first and then be perfectly fine as soon as it dissipated. The vice sect master was baffled and had no idea what in the world this black substance was. The cave heavens and paradises had recruited many 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to join the battle in the barren territory, yet they still did not disclose any news about Black Ink's strength to the outside world. So, the Masters from Wind Mist Territory were all not aware of the existence and characteristics of Black Ink's strength. When Yang Kai heard this, he knew something was wrong. This was unmistakably a case of being corrupted by Black Ink's strength. A cultivator would instinctively struggle while being corrupted, but after they were completely overcome by Black Ink's strength, it would be impossible to see anything wrong with them unless their small universe was checked. It was just that it was unthinkable for someone to want to inspect another's small universe. After all, in the 3,000 worlds, this was one of the greatest taboos. Many store their greatest secrets and valuables in their small universes. Thus, it would be highly offensive to ask to see another's small universe. Did the portal that connects Wind Mist Territory to the barren territory expand enough for Black Ink's strength to begin leaking out already? This was not a good sign. The black ink giant spirit god had yet to arrive. But if this situation persisted, the territory gate might be completely opened all on its own. What about those disciples who are contaminated with that black substance? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Zhao Longji sighed. They're dead. Something went wrong with them which caused them to suddenly assault Vice Sect Master Lu, who later put them to death on the spot. Unfortunately, Vice Sect Master Lu was also stained by that substance despite him escaping. He somehow managed to retain his senses and hurried back to the sect to deliver a warning. Before the black substance completely changed him as well, he understood what fate awaited him, and so he pleaded with this Zhao to spare him from it. It was a duty that this Zhao carried out with great reluctance. Vice Sect Master Lu was also a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and a master like him was rare among sects such as the Wind Mist sect. Zhao Longji was devastated that had to be killed in this manner. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked at him seriously and reached out to grab him. That startled Zhao Longji, who originally wanted to fight back, but was instantly seized by Yang Kai, completely immobilizing him. Immediately afterwards, he sensed an overwhelming force intruding into himself, examining his body inside and out. Only then did he realize what Yang Kai was doing. So he instantly said, Senior Yang, rest assured. After Vice Sect Master Lu, this Zhao found out about the peculiarities of the black substance and did not allow it to infect anyone else. When Yang Kai confirmed that Zhao Longji was clean, he nodded and replied, It seems you do understand the dangers of black ink strength now. Anyone that is corrupted by it will become a black ink disciple, who appears no different on the outside. The only way to determine the truth is to investigate their small universe. Forgive me for the offense. Black ink strength. Black ink disciple? The few of them looked at each other. This was the first time they heard such terms. Then, Yang Kai sighed. Have you all received the conscription order from Cave Heavens and Paradises? All three of them nodded upon his words. Some masters of their sects also received the order to gather at the Shattered Heaven. The Black Ink clan is our human race's greatest enemy, while Black Ink strength is the power they hold. It is extremely corruptive. Once stained by it, it cannot be dispersed. Just like your Vice Sect Master and the few disciples, they will end up as Black Ink disciples and lose their original selves. The Cave Heavens and Paradises have been fighting against the Black Ink clan on a distant battlefield for countless years, preventing them from invading the 3,000 worlds. Zhao Longji and others turned pale in shock. We never knew about this. The Cave Heavens and Paradises purposefully concealed this matter to avoid causing panic. Yang Kai shook his head and said, But now that the situation has taken a turn for the worse, we need assistance from even second-class sects like yours. The three came to a sudden realization. They previously wondered why the Cave Heavens and Paradises suddenly sent out orders to recruit so many 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Not only Wind Mist territory, they also heard that all other great territories were the same. They had guessed that the Cave Heavens and Paradises had encountered some kind of powerful enemy, but they never knew that this enemy had actually been fought against for such a long time. Zhao Longji responded, If this is the case, is the opening in the Great Territory caused by the invasion of the Black Ink clan? Indeed. What is the situation of the opening now? Zhao Longji replied worriedly, It is expanding rapidly. The same goes for that thing you call Black Ink strength. We had no choice but to send orders to everyone to evacuate Wind Mist territory. As for what measures we should take next, we were discussing that just now. Many individuals objected to Zhao Longji's decisions at first. After all, Wind Mist sect had laid down its foundation in this great territory more than 10,000 years ago, making them reluctant to simply abandon it. However, after witnessing what happened to their disciples and Vice Sect Master, and seeing the rapid expansion of the darkness, Zhao Longji overruled all objections and ordered a general evacuation of Wind Mist territory. Several other sects immediately followed suit once word had spread, but the majority of the forces here stayed behind. To those smaller sects, they would be the largest sects after Wind Mist sect and other second-class great forces left, so they would now have an opportunity to rise. Opportunity and danger coexisted, or at least, for those that were weak, that was how they saw the current situation. Your foresight and decisiveness are praiseworthy. Xianxia nodded. Although he was unaware of the present state of the territory gate, he deduced that wind mist territory was bound to be thrown into chaos soon. The only way for the inhabitants of this place to avoid a disaster was to quickly flee. Senior Yang is too polite. This is merely an act of self-preservation, Zhao Longji replied. Xianxia nodded and continued to ask, "Is there somewhere for you to go?" "No. We have nowhere to go for now," Zhao Longji answered as he exchanged glances with the other two sect masters. When preparing to flee, Zhao Longji contacted the other second-class great force in the neighboring great territory, intending to shelter there for a while. However, this was not a matter that could simply be consented to despite their usual good relationship, as they feared that if Wind Mist sect had any malicious motives, they would find themselves in a vulnerable state. Therefore, Zhao Longji and the rest could only take one step at a time because they had nowhere to go after they completely evacuated Wind Mist territory. If they were fortunate enough, they might be able to locate a great territory that was not guarded by a strong great force to settle down and then make future decisions based on what happened in Wind Mist territory. Head to the star boundary. Xianxia sighed as he vaguely sensed their troubles. Who would willingly accept competition, since each great territory possessed their own great forces? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Longji and others were overjoyed. Can we really go to the star boundary? If they were really permitted to go to the star boundary, they would willingly migrate there even if Wind Mist territory wasn't facing a catastrophe. Their response made Xianxia question in confusion. Why can't you go to the star boundary? When Zhao Longji heard his question, he suddenly realized that this individual before him, who had been in retreat for many centuries, might not know much about the star boundary's current situation. So, he explained in a somewhat shocked manner, "I'm afraid Senior Yang might not be aware that the current star boundary is not somewhere that just anyone can enter at will. To enter the star boundary, you need to be sponsored by one of the cave heavens or paradises, or by the local great forces of the star boundary. Moreover, there is a restriction on the number of people allowed in." Only then did Xianxia remember that the star boundary had the world tree clone, which made it extremely attractive to all cultivators. If there were no such restrictions, the star boundary would instantly be overcrowded. Knowing that continuing to speak without understanding the specifics would just cause more trouble, Xianxia took out a jade slip and used his divine sense to engrave a quick message inside of it before handing it to Zhao Longji. "Bring this to High Heaven Palace in the star boundary, and someone will settle the following affairs." Zhao Longji was thrilled. With this faith token awarded by the Lord of the Star Boundary himself, entering the star boundary would no longer be an issue. He was under no illusions that he would actually be able to settle in the star boundary, but even remaining in high heaven territory would be a massive boon. This worked in his favor as well because he was one step closer to his objective, a possibility of the talented Wind Mist sect disciples being able to cultivate in the star boundary in the future, helping them greatly. For this, he was extremely grateful towards Xianxia. "It's not only you few. I need you to evacuate as many people from Wind Mist territory as possible." Xianxia waved his hand and ordered. He looked in the distance and continued, "I'm afraid that this great territory will soon be engulfed in the flames of war." Zhao Longji's heart tightened. He had a question, but it was difficult for him to ask, so he only cupped his fist and said, "Rest assured, Lord Yang. I will send disciples to the various spirit provinces of the universe worlds to deliver this message. Anyone willing to follow us shall not be forsaken." "Good," Xianxia simply said. Then, after some thought, he followed up, "I still have other responsibilities, so I shall take my leave. Spread the news about the Black Ink clan and Black Ink strength along your journey to the star boundary. If any others are willing to follow you, bring them along with you." Zhao Longji realized the seriousness of the issue when Xianxia said this, so he respectfully agreed. Soon, Xianxia departed after asking for the exact location of the portal. Zhao Longji frowned as he watched Xianxia leave. Although Senior Yang didn't say much, judging from his words, "I'm afraid that Wind Mist territory really is facing a calamity." The sect masters of the other two great forces nodded their heads in agreement. They were not fools, so they had their own speculations and thoughts about the situation. How would Yang Kai have given such a command if the circumstances weren't incredibly dire? The reason why they were sent to the Great Territory where the star boundary was located was that Yang Kai felt that as the only open heaven realm cradle, the star boundary would be the last bastion of the human race if the Black Ink clan really invaded the 3,000 worlds. Any other great territories could be abandoned, but not high heaven territory. As long as the star boundary remained, the human race would have a chance to make a comeback. After 4 hours, Yang Kai finally arrived at the breach in Wind Mist territory. His heart sank as he looked over the area. The void here was enveloped in incredibly dense black ink strength that formed into a huge black ink cloud. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen such a pure and dense black ink cloud. Even a royal lord's black ink strength wasn't this pure. Black ink strength filled a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, and it was still spreading out at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai even felt the fluctuation of space principles coming from the center of the black ink cloud. Things were far worse than he imagined. This territory gate from Wind Mist territory to the barren territory appeared to have almost completely broken open. Yang Kai arrived at the same moment the battle in the barren territory battlefield reached its peak. Both the human race and Black Ink clan had been directing vast amounts of troops in that direction, and now the whole void was nearly filled with blood and mangled bodies. The roars of divine spirits echoed without stop across the battlefield. Old ancestor Xianxia had already hurried back, bringing back the news that saddened all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Another giant black ink spirit god had awakened and was moving in their direction. The human race had finally managed to stabilize the situation after borrowing manpower from the divine spirits and many second-class great forces. But if another black ink giant spirit god rushed in, all their efforts would be in vain. In the chaos, old ancestor Xianxia was able to get in touch with the Phoenix clan's leader and urged her to shut the territory gate leading to the barren territory from the shattered heaven. The portal was immediately sealed shut after the Phoenix clan leader received the news. Her mastery over the Tao of space was stronger than Yang Kai's, so whatever he was capable of, she was too. The truth was, she had actually shut the territory gate from the shattered heaven to the Black Ink battlefield when the Dragon and Phoenix clans retreated from the no-return pass, but it was forcefully reopened by the Black Ink giant spirit god. This was also the reason why Yang Kai noticed the expansion and distortion of the territory gate back then. It was because the Black Ink giant spirit god had torn it open. After the invasion of the barren territory by the Black Ink clan, the Phoenix clan leader intended to repeat the tactic once again, but was not given the chance as her objective was too obvious. Fortunately, Yang Kai was there to help. He blocked the portal after the death of one of the Black Ink giant spirit gods while the other was being held down by air. The Black Ink clan was unable to reopen the portal because they were lacking these Black Ink giant spirit gods, which as a result, prevented them from receiving reinforcements. The Phoenix clan leader was aware that shutting the portal would not solve the issue, only temporarily alleviate it. However, even another breath of time now was incredibly valuable. It was no challenge to her to seal a territory gate, so she finished this task within moments. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the blocked portal suddenly began to crack. Immediately after, a gigantic hand that seemed to come from another universe punched through the barriers, bursting into the barren territory. Black Ink strength emanated from the gigantic hand, and it was so intense that it caused the nearby soldiers to freeze in fear under the intimidation of the gigantic hand. Following, another gigantic hand burst through. Both hands then held onto the sides of the portal tightly, mercilessly forcing it open. Despite their greatest efforts, old ancestor Xianxia and the Phoenix clan leader were unable to hold back the Black Ink giant spirit god. Soon, a huge crack was torn open and a giant head poked in, Black Ink strength flowing off it like a tide. The humans in the area immediately scattered. Nonetheless, some were still accidentally stained. The Black Ink giant spirit god was far more powerful than a royal lord, so even if it was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they would quickly become corrupted and turn into a Black Ink disciple without being able to resist. Fortunately, all the humans carried spare purifying Black Ink pills with them, which they quickly swallowed when they noticed the danger. Both the Grand Army on the front lines and the Ninth Order Old Ancestors noticed the abnormality in the rear, but before the Old Ancestors could even come to support them, they were entrapped by the Royal Lords who knew that it was now the critical moment in their plan. The battle between the top masters of both races quickly heated up, and in less than an incense stick of time, royal lords and Ninth Order old ancestors began dying. Though the black ink giant spirit god had shrunk in size, it was still as majestic as a mountain. It struggled hard through the portal while enduring constant bombardment from old ancestor Xianxia and the Phoenix clan leader, yet it showed no signs of backing down. Half an incense stick later, the black ink giant spirit god finally stepped out of the portal, reaching the barren territory. Its immeasurable intimidation spread around, and all the open heaven realm masters of lower orders trembled under its awesome pressure. The human race shall perish. Only this divine one, Mo, shall reign eternal. After letting out this roar, as though it was venting the hardships of being imprisoned for millions of years, the black ink giant spirit god immediately slammed down its sky-covering hand. When the Phoenix clan leader saw this, she wrapped space principles around old ancestor Xianxia and escaped instantaneously. Just as she turned to look again, the black ink giant spirit god was already laughing wildly, heading in the direction of the second territory gate. On its way, black ink strength surged, forcing the human race army to retreat and give way. The sudden intrusion of an unrestrained black ink giant spirit god on such a battlefield was simply disastrous for the human race. Many open heaven realm masters who had set foot on this battlefield not long ago had all lost their will to fight at this very moment. They had never taken part in such a massive, violent war before they were called up by the cave heavens and paradises. They were also far less capable than the elites from cave heavens and paradises, whether it was their will or strength. Even with the full resistance of old ancestor Xianxia and Phoenix clan leader, it was impossible to stop this black ink giant spirit god from moving forward. The human race's earlier advantage, which placed both races on roughly equal footing, instantly vanished and only became worse as more time passed. Once it reached the barren territory, this black ink giant spirit god erupted with unparalleled combat power. In less than half a day, this black ink giant spirit god that broke into the barren territory from the shattered heaven arrived at the opening. This was where the body of the other fallen black ink giant spirit god was located, the sole clone of Mo that came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After its death, black ink strength that flowed out from its corpse transformed into a black ink ocean, covering a vast swath of the void. With the help of this coverage, the Black Ink clan secretly sent out 3 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples without alerting the human race. By this time, all of the Black Ink clan's plans had been fully implemented, and the human race was powerless to stop them anymore. With this black ink giant spirit god charging in all the way, let alone humans, even the divine spirits appeared small and weak in the face of such existence. The black ink giant spirit god opened its mouth and inhaled deeply when it arrived. Immediately, the vast black ink ocean was drawn in, accumulating towards its mouth like a whale gulping down water. In just a short while, the black ink ocean that filled the void was completely absorbed, strengthening the already ludicrously powerful black ink giant spirit god and causing it to grow in size by some 30%. Without the cover of the black ink ocean, the condition of the region where the sealed territory gate was located could be seen at a glance. The enormous void appeared to be a layer of thin ice that shimmered like rippling light on water in the midst of its warping and distortion. Along with those ripples of light, dense black ink strength could be vaguely felt surging from within as space contorted, as if it was about to shatter apart. The numerous Ninth Order's masters looked at the scene with fire burning in their eyes. They were all aware that the Black Ink clan's plan had reached its most vital juncture, and that the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory would soon be entirely connected after the boundary wall was broken apart. Judging by the situation, it would not be long now. The Black Ink clan army had begun to gather from all sides, obviously with the intention of guarding the Black Ink giant spirit god and the region as a whole. The conflict over this territory had not ceased as neither the Black Ink clan nor the humans would give up. Now, it was not exaggerated to say that 80% of the two races' armies were gathered in this region. In the past, control of this region had gone back and forth between the human race and the Black Ink clan. However, neither side was able to occupy it for long. However, things were different now. The Black Ink clan now had another Black Ink giant spirit god whose aura had just been strengthened after devouring the Black Ink strength left behind by the fallen soul clone. It would certainly be a challenge to the human race to snatch back this stretch of void from the Black Ink clan now. Under the orders of the Ninth Order Old Ancestor and army commanders, the human race army, from all directions, intensified their assault. Countless powerful divine spirits flitted around the battlefield, cooperating with the army to wear down the Black Ink clan soldiers. As the power of various secret techniques and artifacts continuously blasted towards their enemies, the auras of many lives disappeared one after another. The human race's attacks were repeatedly repulsed, however, as the Black Ink giant spirit god that charged in from the shattered heaven had broken the balance of power between the two races all on its own. While the two races were fighting, it sat still in the void. Although it rarely launched attacks, when it did, it carried an absolutely unstoppable force that even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters found difficult to resist. Only by working together could the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders somehow fight back. But they were still clearly at a disadvantage. The scene was incredibly disheartening. All of a sudden, the Black Ink giant spirit god abruptly turned its head to gaze at the position of the half-sealed territory gate, sneered coldly, then thrust out its palm, causing the already thin, sheet-like boundary wall to shatter. At the same time, on the opposite side of the boundary wall, Xianxia's figure was sent flying several 100,000 kilometers just from the shockwave before he could stabilize himself. After cursing for a moment, he surged his space principles and used instantaneous movement to arrive in front of the almost broken boundary wall. Upon separating from the Wind Mist Territory's sect masters, Xianxia followed their directions to locate this portal. Not daring to delay after witnessing the current state of affairs, Xianxia tried to close and reinforce the breach. If he had succeeded, he might be able to delay things for a while, even if it wouldn't be enough to stop the Black Ink clan's plan. Xianxia also found a dying man who was in the same condition as Yi Ming, whom he encountered in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Xianxia didn't know which cave, heaven or paradise, this individual came from, but he knew that he was also an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yi Ming previously carried a soul clone of Mo and used a secret technique to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, overdrafting his vitality and ultimately causing his death. Given Yi Ming's experience, Xianxia naturally understood what occurred to this Eighth Order Master before him. This individual also carried a soul clone of Mo. He had clearly unleashed the soul clone to corrode the boundary wall connecting this place to the barren territory. Xianxia's expression darkened. He had assumed that the awakened Black Ink giant spirit god from the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land would arrive here, all because of the words by Luan before his death. It was Luan who told him about the instability of the passage between the barren territory and the outside world, which could only be completely opened if the Black Ink giant spirit god arrived and collaborated with the Black Ink clan in the barren territory. However, it appeared that this was not the Black Ink clan's plan. The Black Ink giant spirit god did not have to be present here, as there was already an Eighth Order Blank Ink disciple with Mo's soul clone to erode the boundary wall from this side. Such a thin boundary wall would not be able to withstand the force of Mo's tremendously strong soul clone. Did Luan lie to me? If that was the case, it indicated that Luan had yet to rediscover his true self and was still a Black Ink disciple when he died. However, Xianxia was unwilling to believe that. After ascending to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Luan had dedicated his life to the Black Ink battlefield. He had no complaints even after more than 10,000 years of service, so Xianxia hoped that he had died as a human rather than a Black Ink disciple. If Luan did not lie to him, the only explanation was that Luan was also unclear about the Black Ink clan's plan. His only mission was to wake the Black Ink giant spirit god in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land with Yi Ming. The task of the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple here was to use Mo's soul clone to erode the boundary wall and open the territory gate. Of course, in the current situation, it was pointless to seek answers to these questions. What worried Xianxia more was where the awakened Black Ink giant spirit god was headed if it was not here. Xianxia understood almost immediately that it had gone to barren territory, the battlefield of the human race and the Black Ink clan. If that was the case, the human race would not be able to interfere, allowing it to achieve its goal by collaborating with its army and the other Black Ink giant spirit god. Even old ancestor Xiao could not stop it. As soon as Yang Kai understood everything, he dared not delay anymore. He wanted to quickly block and reinforce the already eroded boundary wall. However, just as he made a move, a tremendous force from the other side of the boundary wall blasted him away again. Yang Kai was so anxious that his eyes burned with fire. Now, he finally understood that the black ink giant spirit god had arrived as no one other than a master like it could cause such an impact across a boundary wall, no matter how thin it was. When Yang Kai rushed back a second time, what he saw made even his stalwart heart despair. The boundary wall had entirely shattered, and from the broken territory gate, the aura of another great territory flowed through. Yang Kai could even sense the chaotic energy fluctuating from the opposite side, obviously due to the battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race. And from the broken boundary wall, a giant hand that radiated incredible energy protruded out, continuously enlarging the gap in the broken boundary wall. With such a gigantic hand stuck in the boundary wall, Yang Kai had no hope to block the territory gate again, no matter how proficient he was within the Tao of space. The boundary wall between the barren territory and wind mist territory had been completely broken through. The next instant, a hulking figure with two horns on its head and the aura of a feudal lord emerged from the passage, displaying a smug sense of complacency. He noticed Yang Kai standing not far away and immediately grinned wildly. "How lucky of me! There's a human." Saying so, he charged towards Yang Kai. But before he even got close, a pallid light bloomed in his eyes, and his vision became distorted. In that distorted vision, he saw a decapitated body with black blood spurting freely from the neck. For some reason, he felt that this corpse was somewhat familiar. He suddenly came to his senses. "Isn't that my body?" Without figuring out what happened, his consciousness sank into darkness. Following him were more Black Ink clans storming through the passage from the barren territory battlefield to wind mist territory. Yang Kai clutched the spear in his hand, his expression cold as he weaved his supreme limitless spear art, using the Azure Dragon spear to unleash a barrage of spear shadows in all directions, slaughtering all the Black Ink clansmen that were emerging from the territory gate. These Black Ink clansmen varied in strength, but none were very strong. So in the face of Yang Kai's attack, they were almost powerless to resist. The Black Ink clan were no longer contained in the barren territory battlefield since the boundary wall had been breached. Clearly not interested in battling to the death with the human army, the Black Ink clan poured out of the barren territory once the Black Ink giant spirit god forced open a new portal. Only in this manner would the Black Ink clan be able to carry out their next plan. In such a predicament, Yang Kai had no choice but to stand his ground and kill all the enemies that came through. He stood alone in front of the passageway and wielded his spear. Before even gaining a clear look at wind mist territory, the Black Ink clansmen that poured out from the passage died one after another. As the saying went, as long as one man guards the mountain pass, even 1,000 warriors would not be able to enter. However, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he couldn't completely wipe out the seemingly endless stream of Black Ink clansmen that flooded out through the passageway. The Black Ink giant spirit god soon noticed the abnormality too and tried to use the gigantic hand that was forcing open the boundary wall passage to capture Yang Kai several times. But each time Yang Kai managed to avoid its attacks as they were significantly weakened across the great territories. As more Black Ink clansmen arrived, Yang Kai's rate of slaughtering became unsustainable. Initially, these Black Ink clansmen tried to surge forward to kill Yang Kai, whom they perceived as a formidable enemy. However, after a series of costly defeats, the Black Ink clansmen must have gotten some sort of command not to engage with Yang Kai at all, and instead spread out in all directions as soon as they came out from the passageway. Yang Kai did everything he could to stop this, but he was ultimately just one man. Left with no other option, Yang Kai madly surged his space principles, causing the surrounding void to fracture like a broken mirror. This time, things were much simpler. Even without Yang Kai having to take further action, the Black Ink clansmen that emerged from the passageway were cut to death by the myriad of void cracks. There were still some that managed to avoid being sliced apart by this web of void cracks, but Yang Kai's follow-up attacks took care of them. This secret technique was something Yang Kai only recently developed, and while it was not particularly powerful, making it useless against truly strong foes, It was highly effective against masses of weaker opponents. With such a secret technique deployed outside of the territory gate, any Black Ink clansman that rushed out from the passageway would inevitably fall into this trap. All Black Ink clansmen weaker than feudal lords would perish on contact with the void cracks, and although the feudal lords were slightly more powerful, the innumerable void cracks still severely damaged them. Only the territory lords were immune to the damage caused by this shattered mirror. All the current territory lords were innate territory lords directly created by Mo's power. They were absolutely strong and were no weaker than the human race's finest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In less than an incense stick, Black Ink clansmen corpses were piled up as high as mountains outside the exit of the territory gate. It was impossible to estimate how many had died. Additionally, besides the weaker Black Ink clansmen, Xianxia even managed to kill 2 territory lords right after they appeared. Unfortunately, Xianxia had reached his limits. More and more Black Ink clansmen were pouring out of the portal, and his space secret technique was starting to crumble, a sign that it would collapse any time from now. Xianxia had the ability to cast this secret technique again, but he was currently being attacked by 5 territory lords, so he was rather occupied at the moment. Taking full advantage of his mastery of the Tao of Space, Xianxia was fighting back fiercely against these 5 innate territory lords, and despite his disadvantage, it was the territory lords who were constantly leaking cold sweat in the face of Xianxia's spear. After comprehending so many grand Tao strengths in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Xianxia's supreme limitless spear art had evolved even further, allowing each of his attacks to become illusory and unpredictable, throwing off these territory lords' senses and forcing them onto the defensive. However, these 5 learnt quickly after 2 of their own were injured and now refused to act separately no matter how weak Xianxia appeared to be, insisting on battling him as a single unit. Xianxia repeatedly cursed these 5 territory lords in his heart, but there was nothing more he could do. If they split up and acted independently, Xianxia could still find a way to break through and pick them off one by one. But facing all 5, he was strong in will but weak in strength, frequently having to take risks to push them back, which only caused him to suffer more injuries. As time passed, more and more Black Ink clansmen emerged from the barren territory before quickly dispersing in all directions, ignoring the battle between Xianxia and the 5 territory lords. In no time, their figures disappeared. Xianxia experienced a deep sense of despondence and silently understood that Wind Mist territory was doomed. The human race would no longer have a place in this great territory with so many Black Ink clansmen arriving and scattering in all directions. Just like a spark, the Black Ink clan would set everything aflame with their Black Ink strength. No great territory could resist now that the Black Ink clan had breached the barren territory and were spreading out unchecked as the human army's main force remained in the barren territory. The human race had been at war with the Black Ink clan for countless generations, losing innumerable lives in the process, but on this day all those sacrifices were rendered pointless. After today, there would be no peace in the 3,000 worlds. Filled with shame and resentment beyond words, Xianxia's movement became more and more vicious as all he could think about was butchering every single Black Ink clansman who rushed out from the passage. On the barren territory battlefield, the human race army was equally at a loss when they saw the boundary wall being completely breached and endless Black Ink clansmen streaming into it. No matter how difficult things were previously, the human race army was determined to fight the Black Ink clan to the very end because they were fighting to protect the 3,000 worlds and every great territory teeming with life. However, when the boundary wall was completely breached, allowing the Black Ink clan army to flood out, the determination and will that drove them previously ruptured as well. At that moment, countless were at a loss on the battlefield. Even the old ancestors unconsciously came to a halt. Defeat. The human race had lost. Looking back to some 600 years ago, it seemed like victory was within their grasp. The goal to eradicate the Black Ink clan and put an end to the threat they posed for millions of years was near at hand. They gathered more than 100 great passes and the accumulated heritage of the cave heavens and paradises from the past 100,000 years and launched a grand crusade to the primordial heavens source grand restriction. However, outside of the primordial heavens source grand restriction, 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods flanked them from opposite sides, causing the humans to suffer their first defeat and forcing them to flee back to the no-return pass. While retreating, hundreds of thousands sacrificed their lives to protect their companions. Despite gaining the assistance of the dragons, phoenixes, and several other divine spirits at the No-Return Pass. The human army still lost to the Black Ink clan. After this second loss, they abandoned the No-Return Pass and retreated to the barren territory. Now, after just 200 years of battle, the Black Ink clan managed to break through the boundary wall and completely connected the barren territory with Wind Mist territory. At this moment, the humans had been completely defeated, unable to recover from the invasion of the Black Ink clan. How did things end up like this? No one could figure out the reason. The human race was not weak, and they had never underestimated the Black Ink clan. But today, the Black Ink clan had beaten them. Though the human army remained mighty, right now they could do nothing but watch. Disheartened, all the soldiers of the human race army secretly wept. At this moment, the barren territory battlefield that was once filled with chaos and death became utterly silent. The only fight that continued was the one between Aer and his opponent. Their battle seemed like it would last until the universe itself shattered and died. These two giant spirit gods had not stopped ever since they first met. Even though it had already been 200 years, neither side seemed to have gained any kind of advantage. Suddenly, someone pointed at the gap in the boundary wall and shouted, "Someone is blocking the Black Ink clan army." The territory gate had been substantially widened now, and the two great territories were entirely connected due to the arm of the Black Ink giant spirit god that stretched across the passageway, allowing the humans in the barren territory to see the view on the opposite side, though the image was blurry thanks to the distortions of the void. Just as all of the soldiers on the barren territory battlefield were losing the will to fight, they realized there was still someone attempting to stop the Black Ink clan army on the opposite side of Wind Mist territory. And it was just one person. This one unknown person had killed millions, causing blood to flow like rivers. Across the passage, black blood and Black Ink strength almost flood the entire void. This discovery soon spread as more and more soldiers looked up to see the scenario in Wind Mist territory. They didn't know who this person was, but they certainly knew that they were fighting alone, with no signs of backing down or becoming discouraged. Seeing this, all of them couldn't help but feel ashamed. That one individual was still fighting on while they, the grandest army the human race had ever assembled, had already given up. It was as if a spark had been lit and was now setting their hearts aflame with the burning desire for victory. The courage and will to resist that had almost died moments ago was stimulated once more, and the need to take action spurred all of them on. They were the guardians of the 3,000 worlds and the human race, fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield and fending off the invasion of the Black Ink clan. The sky was truly falling, but if they, the tallest and strongest, did not rise to hold it up, who would? The 3,000 worlds was home to their master sex, their families, their descendants, and everyone they knew and loved. In a battlefield unknown to ordinary people, they constructed an impregnable line of defense with their own flesh and bones, sheltering the entire human race. If they admitted defeat, it would be the end. The human race will never surrender. Suddenly, someone lifted his long sword and yelled furiously. His voice rang out across the void as his world force. That shout was followed by another, then another and another. Never surrender. The shouts erupted one after the other, forming a torrent that shook the universe. The previously dejected ambience now burned anew. The Black Ink giant spirit god guarding the passageway was first fascinated by the human race army's hopelessness and grief. As this was something it had never witnessed before, it was extremely intriguing. But just as it was preparing to stir up trouble to further suppress the humans, they suddenly regained their fighting spirit and determination, even pushing it to new heights. The Black Ink giant spirit god was taken aback by what it saw and frowned as it gave it some thought before turning to look at the territory gate. Using its vision that could penetrate the void, it saw a lone human figure fighting against the territory lords in Wind Mist territory. The humans changed so drastically because of him. The Black Ink giant spirit god was suddenly enraged. If it had known this would happen, it would have gone all out to murder this annoying human back in the divine spirit ancestral land. Even if the human race did not know who was obstructing the Black Ink clan in Wind Mist territory, the Black Ink giant spirit god did. Not only did it know, but the Ninth Order old ancestors all understood who it was on the other side. The shift in the mentality of the whole army had also shaken the Ninth Order old ancestors out of their daze. Nobody could have imagined that one person's effort and persistence would inspire the fighting spirit of the entire race. Even they, who had lived for countless years, seemed to have become younger at this moment, with enthusiasm surging in their hearts. The young ones are indeed energetic, no? A ninth-order old ancestor suddenly said. Yes, there is hope for the human race with youngsters like these. We were like that once. It's a shame that the years have dulled me so. It was not simply due to their old age, but also the constant weight of their responsibilities. Their existences were burdened by their sex, their passes, and their entire race, disallowing them to be as carefree as they were when they were young. Who among you has the courage to be young and passionate with me once again? With a grin, the oldest and most respected old ancestor asked. This old ancestor was born in pure Yang Cave heaven and had lived the longest among all living old ancestors. Before many ninth-order old ancestors present here were born, he was already a ninth-order open heaven realm master. In terms of age, he could even be considered an ancestor among all ninth-order old ancestors. It should have been like this a long time ago. Ever since I ascended to the ninth-order open heaven realm and started guarding the black ink battlefield, my spirit has grown dull. Every move had to be made with innumerable considerations for all possibilities. When was the last time I simply took action? All I wanted in my life was to be happy and unrestrained. Indeed, indeed. Stop being so long-winded. Those who are truly young act as soon as the words leave their mouths. How can you sentimental old farts be considered young?